Back then, Israel hadn't fought its war against Iran, the historic backers of Hamas. Israel had, just depleted Hezbollah, but it wasn't really clear that Israel was really going on this sort of Middle East wide, military depletion tour where they hit the Houthis hard, they hit Iran itself hard. So the situation on the battlefield changed, and I'm very optimistic about this plan going through and not falling through like previous plans have.
Aaron Gorin, a research analyst and editor for the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. We appreciate your time on this Thursday morning. We're going to be watching out for this. Obviously, going to be happening through the next few days, whether we see the hostages being released finally, and hopefully a complete end to this war. You take care.
Thank you.
We do want to step away for a quick commercial break. Before I do so, though, I want to bring up some social media posts here because we're getting a lot of reaction, not just from world leaders, given this entire situation, but also President Trump. Take a look at this. On X, the White House posted this photo saying the peace president. Now, we know that those hostages going to start to be released over the weekend, possibly on Saturday. Later on today, 10 a.m. Eastern time, 5 p.m. local time in Israel is when this first phase is going to be ratified. We're going to keep you up to date all throughout this Thursday and the next several days. Any new developments that come in, we'll have them for you here, as always. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Vox. As we wait for some more of these live events to get underway on this Thursday, I want to just showcase some of the live looks that we have coming out of the Middle East here and continue to provide some more context with this deal and the first phase that has been signed by Israel and Hamas. On your screen, we do have 3 live images. In the big box, we have Hostage Square there in Tel Aviv, Israel. That is where the last several months we have seen thousands upon thousands of people come out there to protest and demand the return of all the hostages that are still being held in Gaza. On the top right-hand side of your screen, you have a live image coming out of Gaza where several of those encampments do remain there on the coast. And then at the bottom, you have a live look over in Jerusalem in Israel. Heading back to more of this courtesy of the Associated Press, in which they write, Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of President Trump's plan to pause fighting and release at least some hostages and prisoners. President Trump writing on a social media in a post, quote, "This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. He went on to say all parties will be treated fairly. Hamas will release 20 living hostages in the coming days in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, while the Israeli military will begin a withdrawal from the majority of Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also said on social media, quote, "With God's help, we will bring them all home." Hamas said separately that the deal would ensure the withdrawal of Israeli troops, as well as allow for the entry of aid and exchange of hostages and prisoners. Hamas's response, the group said in a statement that the deal came after responsible and serious negotiations over the Trump proposal. Hamas called on President Trump and the mediators to ensure that Israel implements all the agreed upon provisions without delays or changes. Prime Minister Netanyahu said he would convene the Israeli government on Thursday to approve the deal, saying, quote, "I thank President Trump and his team from the bottom of my heart for their commitment to the sacred mission of freeing our hostages." That was through a statement that was released by his office. It was not immediately clear whether the parties had made any progress on some questions about the future of the conflict, including whether Hamas will demilitarize, as President Trump had demanded, and eventual governance of the war-torn territory. At the same time, we have seen thousands of observant Jews streaming into Jerusalem's Old City to mark the holiday, their Sukkot of the Wall, with extra rejoicing for the upcoming release of the hostages. Now, earlier today, we had a live image of that. I do believe it has been taken down. Some of these are courtesy of the Associated Press, and it does seem that they switched out that top right-hand box, but I'm going to provide yet another view out of Gaza. Just a warning that some of these images do change, filter through as they try to bring us all of those talking points. I want to bring up also this, a social media post from the Prime Minister of Israel himself. Take a look. This was posted on X. And he said this, quote, "With the approval of the first phase of the plan, all our hostages will be brought home. This is a diplomatic success and a national and moral victory for the state of Israel. From the beginning, I made it clear, we will not rest until all our hostages return and all our goals are achieved. Through steadfast resolve, powerful military action, and the great efforts of our great friend and ally, President Trump, we have reached this critical turning point. I thank President Trump for his leadership, his partnership, and his unwavering commitment to the safety of Israel and the freedom of our hostages. God bless Israel. God bless America. God bless our great alliance." Throughout this morning, we will bring you all of those updates as they filter through. But in the meantime, I do want to head over to a live event that does seem to be getting underway at this time. It takes us out over to India, as we know that British Prime Minister Keir Starmer there meeting with India's Modi there for this entire event. You can see them here on your screen. It's happening live. Let's watch.
Strength of India-UK partnership, a partnership built on shared values, mutual respect, and a common vision for a more connected financial world. Over the past decade, fintech has revolutionized how the world saves, spends, and invests. India has demonstrated how technology can drive inclusion through UPI, Aadhaar, and the account aggregator framework, building digital public infrastructure at population scale. The United Kingdom, with its rich financial heritage and regulatory innovation, is an important member of the global fintech ecosystem. Together, India and UK can define the next frontier of financial innovation, one that is responsible, inclusive, and global. In the last 2 days, we have had more than 100,000 delegates, making GFF the largest such gathering in this part of the world. Deliberations were around 4 themes, and I believe these are relevant for the partnership between UK and India. First, collaboration on innovation in fintech, connecting our ecosystems to create scalable, secure, and affordable solutions for the world. Second, advancing responsibly AI, the theme of this year, ensuring that financial technologies are not only intelligent, but ethical, transparent, and inclusive and fair. Third, addressing a larger shared market, bringing together strengths of 2 nations to serve billions, bridging developed and emerging economies. And fourth, enabling seamless cross-border payments, empowering small businesses, investors, and individuals to transact with confidence, speed across borders. The Global FinTech Festival transcends being an event. It serves as a global platform for collaboration in innovation, policy making, and reimagining a better future. Sirs, I believe that when India and United Kingdom collaborate, we not only drive innovation, but also inspire the global community. On behalf of the entire FinTech community, we extend our sincere gratitude to the esteemed Prime Ministers for their leadership and visionary guidance. Your partnership provides the necessary momentum to achieve our shared goals of constructing a digital financial ecosystem that's open, trustworthy, and transformative. So on behalf of the GFF community, we cordially welcome you once again to the Global FinTech Festival 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now request Reserve Bank of India Governor, Shri Sanjay Malhotra ji, to address the gathering.
Your Excellencies.
We are watching here an event that is getting underway over in Mumbai, India. Visiting British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is there with Indian Prime Minister Modi, and they're set to give a keynote speech at the FinTech conference. While we do see that introductions are still getting underway, we're going to use this opportunity to step away for a brief commercial break, but we'll continue with this and more of your top stories next. .24 on the East Coast, 3:24 in the morning over on the West Coast. My name is Karala Hara. But we are staying international, still taking you out to this live event happening over in India, as we are expecting for British Prime Minister Starmer and Indian Prime Minister Modi to deliver keynote speeches at the FinTech conference.
Collaborations can deliver benefits beyond bilateral gains. They can set new benchmarks for inclusion, efficiency, and trust in digital finance globally. The presence of the two Prime Ministers today is both inspiring and at the same time a reminder of the responsibility that we have. I urge you all to help shape a financial system that is inclusive, consumer-centric, trustworthy, efficient, truly global and future-ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now have the honor of requesting the Right Honourable Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, to address this august gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mujhe yaha aako bahut khushi hui. I hope that was roughly right. But look, it's fantastic to be here with all of you and with Prime Minister Modi, and just to see the room as vibrant and energetic as this is fantastic. In India's financial and economic capital, Namaskar. Mumbai. Prime Minister, we were honoured to host you in the United Kingdom just a few short months ago in July, and I'm honoured now, just as you were, to be here making that return visit, because we are doing something remarkable together. We're taking this incredible partnership between our two nations and redefining it with a new level of ambition for a new era. Now, back in July, when we were in Chequers, we signed the historic UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. It was a deal that was years in the making, a deal that many people said couldn't be done, and a deal that we struck together. Now, we did it to raise living standards in both nations, to put more money in the pockets of working people, and to create opportunities for everyone in this room. It's great news across our economy, for the makers of British cars, for Scottish whisky distillers, to workers in our fintech sector in London, Edinburgh, Manchester, Leeds and Glasgow. It will add billions of pounds to our GDP, hundreds of billions of rupees to yours, and add billions to wages as well. It's the biggest deal that the UK has done since we left the European Union. And I think it's fair to say it's the most ambitious trade deal that India has ever done. So I want to thank Prime Minister Modi for his partnership and his vision. This was a huge win for both nations and a huge statement of our shared belief, not just in the power of this bond, but in its potential to grow even further, to build the economies and skills of the future together. So, friends, we are clear. This is just the start. Our trade agreement holds out the promise of incredible opportunities. We are here in India today to show that we mean it, that we're going to follow through on that promise, seize the opportunities and keep raising our ambitions even further. And you may have heard, I didn't travel here alone this week. I brought some friends who believe in this vision as well. 126 brilliant British businesses and other leaders. It's the first business delegation that I have led as Prime Minister. It is the biggest British business delegation for over a decade, and the biggest ever to India. I'll tell you, we had some problems with the planning because we had to swap to a bigger plane when we knew the numbers that were coming with us. And it shows that when it comes to India, and when it comes to this partnership, we really do mean business. And let me be absolutely clear about this. We are so committed to this because we see India's potential. This country holds the promise of the future in its hands as the world's biggest democracy, one of the world's largest and fastest growing economies, with half of your population under 25 years old. The vibrancy and promise of this nation are clear, especially here in Mumbai. And when this all comes together with the UK's talent and creativity, with our institutions and entrepreneurs, it is an incredible combination, a real alchemy. Because, let me tell you, we are building something special in the United Kingdom as well. A renewed nation, a renewed economy, a Britain that works for all. Now, since we came into government just over a year ago, we've already attracted record investment. We've delivered the highest growth in the G7 in the first half of 2025. And now we're reigniting our economy to secure growth for the long term. And that means creating jobs, boosting wages, and support thriving communities up and down the United Kingdom. That does mean streamlining regulation, you'll be pleased to know, investing in education and skills, investing in infrastructure like never before, delivering planning decisions at record-breaking pace, and through our industrial strategy, it means backing the sectors that will define the future, where we already have a competitive edge, like tech and AI, life sciences, renewable energy, advanced manufacturing, and, of course, financial services and fintech are right at the heart of all of this. To put it simply, we are determined to make the United Kingdom one of the best places in the world for people to do business, to start up, to scale up, to grow and list, because that is good for our working people. We have the expertise, the critical mass, and the capital markets that can support innovative firms looking to grow. And that means all of you here in this room and beyond. Because look, our two nations achieve incredible things when we innovate together. Look at Oxford, AstraZeneca, and the Serum Institute, delivering over 1 billion doses of the COVID vaccine. Just think about that partnership. The great way in which we're joining forces. The new vaccines research facility in Oxford to deliver more life-changing and life-saving innovations. Look at GSK and Biotech, who worked together to develop the world's first successful malaria vaccine. What an incredible thing. Or look at Excelicom and Radis, pioneering 5G base stations in space, helping to connect the most remote regions on Earth. And actually, I'm struck by another collaboration between our two nations. A story from another age of a leading Cambridge mathematician who received a letter back in 1913 from an accounting clerk in Chennai, a young Indian man who came to be recognized as a genius. Those two men, Hardy and Ramanujan, struck up a truly unique partnership that changed the field of theoretical mathematics and, incredibly, helped to shape the fintech industry that would emerge a century later. Their insights into prime numbers helped to inspire the modern maths behind online encryption that protects our payments and banking information today. It's a remarkable story. It shows how cross-pollination of science and research, academic excellence, innovation, and yes, genius, all the things that define this relationship add up to practical applications that improve people's lives, including in finance. The UK and India are natural partners here. We are both world leaders in fintech. We have the second and third largest fintech sectors in the world. Our trade in services has doubled over the last 4 years alone. And now our trade agreement provides a launch pad to go even further. We want the UK to be your #1 partner of choice for finance and fintech. UK companies like Revolut are investing and expanding their operations here. Wise have just launched a new debit card in India. Tide has opened offices all over the place. HSBC is launching an innovation banking hub and expanding into 20 new cities. Standard Chartered has opened a new global business services hub in Chennai. And the list goes on and on. Great British success stories coming to India, including to this city, and Gift City as well, spreading inclusion and opportunity. And I know that this room, we have the superstars of Indian fintech too, increasingly looking out to the world, like Razorpay, Perfidios, Cred, or Paytm, which is planning to invest in the UK. So I'm here to extend an invitation to all of you to do business with Britain, to see the UK as your gateway to going global. I've already set out the UK's fundamentals: unparalleled connectivity, the only trillion-dollar tech sector outside the US and China, a deep liquid pool of capital. But that's not all. We're making the UK an even better place for fintech innovation by investing in digital infrastructure, data sharing, and AI adoption as an AI superpower. And more than that, we're delivering fast-track authorizations, streamlined compliance, new visa routes to attract top global talent. And now we're creating a new Office for Investment, Financial Services, a dedicated concierge service for international firms coming to the United Kingdom. So if you want to create great jobs, great growth, and succeed, we're rolling out the red carpet. We want to see leading Indian firms flourishing in the United Kingdom, taking their business global, and British firms selling into India, growing and thriving here too. This is the modern dynamic relationship that Prime Minister Modi and I are building, a partnership defined by huge ambition. We know we can achieve great things together because we already are. So this is the moment to raise our sights even further. It's time to invest in the United Kingdom, invest in this relationship, and invest in our shared future, turning this landmark moment for the United Kingdom and India into the start of a new era, making life better for working people for many years to come. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for listening. It's fantastic to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. अब वो क्षण आ गया है जिसको हम सब इंतजार कर रहे थे। डिजिटल इंडिया के सूत्रधार भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से निवेदन है कि वे अपने संबोधन प्रस्तुत करें।
His Excellency Prime Minister Keir Starmer, RBI गवर्नर, फिनटेक दुनिया के इनोवेटर्स, लीडर्स और इन्वेस्टर्स, देवी और सज्जनों, मुंबई में आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। साथियों, मैं जब
We're listening in here to a conference that is happening live over in Mumbai, India. UK Prime Minister Starmer and Indian Prime Minister Modi there attending. We just heard the remarks from Prime Minister Starmer, and it does seem that Prime Minister Modi is going to be starting his remarks in Indian. So we are going to step away from this pretty quickly, but I do want to give you this. A look here at a social media post from the British Prime Minister saying our deal with India means more investment in the UK, thousands of new jobs across the country, more money for you and your family. It comes as both of the prime ministers, they're meeting in talks meant to deepen cooperation of trade. We also have this social media post from the Indian Prime Minister saying the path-breaking India-UK SETA will create new job opportunities for youth, expand trade, and benefit both our industries as well as consumers. In this context, Prime Minister Starmer and I discussed trade linkages and economic ties between our nations in the times to come. The Associated Press saying that the talks in India's financial capital of Mumbai marked Starmer's first official trip to India since taking office in July of 2024. The two-day visit that began Wednesday comes as the Indian government increases efforts to attract global investment for the nation's rapidly expanding economy. The Prime Minister is saying Thursday in a meeting focused on pushing forward a trade agreement signed during Modi's visit to London in July and boosting cooperation in digital infrastructure, technology, defense, critical minerals, and education. The two countries also signed a defense deal that will allow Britain to supply missiles, launchers, and electric-powered engines for naval ships to India, the British Defense Ministry said in a statement. The countries are natural partners, and strengthening the partnership is, quote, an example of stability in an uncertain world. That's a direct quote from Prime Minister Modi. He continued on to say that India-UK partnership is becoming a crucial foundation for global stability and economic progress, announcing the countries have reached an agreement on military training cooperation, while 9 UK universities plan to open campuses in India. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, but we'll continue with more of your top stories next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow the latest developments when it comes to Israel and Hamas signing the first phase of the Gaza deal. And we have several live images coming in around the world, this one coming out of Gaza. And I want to bring up also a social media post here from the White House. It says this. Quoting President Trump, "I am very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. Blessed are the peacemakers." Joining us now to discuss this is Fox News' Lucas Tomlinson, and he's going to be joining us here to break down everything that happened. So, Lucas, tell me, how did that all go down?
Well, Corral, it's great to join you this morning. Can't overstate this. This is an historic breakthrough in the Middle East. And for the last 2 years, we've seen intense fighting in Gaza. We've seen hostages taken on October 7th. And now the 20 or so remaining hostages that are alive in Gaza are set to be returned to their families on Monday. President Trump says he's going to be traveling to the region. Certainly the big breakthrough, President Trump sending his son-in-law Jared Kushner and his special envoy Steve Witkoff to Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh, that's the resort on the Red Sea, meeting with not only officials from Hamas but Qatar as well. Really, it's not it wasn't one thing that led to the breakthrough. It was really, you could argue, Israel dismantling Hamas over these past 2 years. Also, Hezbollah led to regime change in Syria, as well as Israel destroying Hezbollah in Lebanon as well. Don't forget, President Trump also credited the U.S. airstrikes against Iran's nuclear facilities back in June, the weakening of Iran, severing their ties to the Mediterranean after the Assad regime fell. Also, Israel striking Hamas leaders, or attempting to at least, in Qatar. That certainly appeared to get the Qatari leaders' attention that this war needed to end. And certainly there's just nothing, you can't overstate the joy being felt, and not only in Israel, but also Gaza as well. Many Palestinians, of course, we've seen the lines, the suffering from some of the people there. Just people wanted this war to end. Really, it was exhaustion, you could argue, Corral, to bring us to this moment. But President Trump and his team deserve a lot of the credit. Did not appear that President Trump was ever going through the motions. He was heavily invested in peace in Gaza, and he was, what officials say, was very strong with not only the Arab leaders in the region, but also the Israeli Prime Minister as well, demanding this ceasefire.
And then, Lucas, I know you can't see from your end, but we have a lot of live images coming out of the Middle East, and we're trying to figure out exactly what's happening on the ground. I'm not sure if you're privy to any of that, whether the fighting has stopped at this moment or things are kind of continuing until officially we begin that hostage exchange. What do you know about that?
Officials say the ceasefire is going to begin after the Israeli parliament approves this deal, which actually was at about 5 a.m. Eastern time. So the ceasefire should be in effect starting right now. And part of phase one is the Israeli forces pulling back from the frontline positions in Gaza. Some of those forces will remain in Gaza. One of the big sticking points looking ahead to a larger peace deal, Corral, is will Hamas disarm? Will they leave their positions of power in Gaza? Will an international peacekeeping force composed primarily of Arab forces go into the region? President Trump says he wants to turn Gaza around. He wants to rebuild Gaza. And, when you travel to Israel and you sit in Tel Aviv, in some of the restaurants, the cafes, you walk the beaches, Gaza's only 40 miles south, the same distance between New York and Baltimore. And you can't imagine something being as different as it is between Gaza and Tel Aviv. President Trump wants to turn Gaza into the next resort, perhaps the Singapore, the Mediterranean, and perhaps that's, wishful thinking, certainly right now. The biggest news right now, frankly, is just these hostages coming home. You can only imagine what it's like to endure these brutal conditions over the last 2 years. Some of these hostages might not have seen much of the sunlight in the last 2 years, being kept in underground tunnels, being fed very little. We've heard from other hostages that have been released. They were only given a little bit of pita every day, tortured repeatedly, made fun of, really abused. Many of them, their dignity robbed from them. But certainly for those 20 or so hostages being released, certainly a lot of mental fortitude among those individuals to be able to endure and to keep, your sanity over these past 2 years, to be reunited with their families. We saw President Trump speaking to some of their family members, just a lot of joy. And you've heard these calls for the president to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. And frankly, you've heard a lot of bipartisan support here in Washington for this deal, something we, let's be realistic, don't hear much of these days. Just a joyous occasion right now worldwide.
And then finally, Lucas, just one more question for you. President Trump saying he will be traveling to the Middle East, addressing Israel's parliament on Sunday. What are the plans for that? Where's your reporting taking you next?
It appears that this will be a very quick visit for the president. Obviously, this is, hastily being arranged. And certainly for security procedures, you're not going to have the commander-in-chief spending too much time in the region. He's there to receive the congratulations from the Israeli people. He certainly wants to address the parliament. They've invited him, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, inviting Trump to speak to his parliament. Certainly, the president, major force in this deal taking place. We heard from Israel's prime minister thanking President Trump profusely. We saw the president's son-in-law and his top envoy, Steve Witkoff, negotiating, really forcing all parties to this deal. Remember, there's some factions in Israel on the right that wanted this war to continue, to see Hamas be completely destroyed, the war go on. And frankly, that did not appear to be something that many of the Israeli people wanted to see. Certainly not something President Trump and his administration wanted to see. So really a lot of joy right now across the world that a ceasefire will take place and hopefully holds. Now, the one sticking point also is, remember what it took to get some of these Israeli hostages freed. Thousands of Palestinian prisoners are set to be released, and you can't help but think, will the next leader of Hamas be among those being freed by Israel?
Still a lot of questions to be answered, but Fox News' Lucas Tomlinson, we always appreciate you taking the time to join us here. You take care, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me, Karel.
Of course. We're going to step away for another brief commercial break, continuing to follow more of the day's top stories as we bring you several of these live looks around the world, leaving you here with this image out of Gaza. .654 on the East Coast, 3:54 on the West Coast. Heading back out to India, where we are seeing Prime Minister Modi continuing his keynote address at the FinTech conference. And I just wanted to briefly to see if he is perhaps making some remarks in English. Perhaps not, because we did just see the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer there with what looks like to be a translation device in his ear. But let's just step in and watch for a few moments.
एक साथ मिलकर डेटा, स्किल्स और गवर्नेंस में इन्वेस्ट करना ही होगा। साथियों, एआई के क्षेत्र में भारत की अप्रोच 3 प्रमुख प्रिंसिपल्स पर आधारित है। इक्विटेबल एक्सेस, पॉपुलेशन स्केल स्किलिंग और रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिप्लॉयमेंट। इंडिया एआई मिशन के तहत हम हाई परफॉर्मेंस कंप्यूटिंग कैपेसिटी बना रहे हैं ताकि हर इनोवेटर और स्टार्टअप को सस्ती और आसान सुविधा मिले। हमारा प्रयास है कि एआई के बेनिफिट हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक, हर लैंग्वेज तक पहुंचना चाहिए। हमारे सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस, स्किलिंग हब्स और इंडिजिनियस एआई मॉडल्स ये सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत हमेशा
We just wanted to bring this to all of you briefly here, as it is a live event happening over in Mumbai, India, and it comes as a British Prime Minister Keir Starmer there meeting with the Prime Minister of India in talks meant to deepen cooperation on trade, defense, and technology while promoting a trade deal between the countries. We'll continue to dip in and out and listen in to see if they do transition to English. But in the meantime, let's stay with more of those international headlines. Taking you back out to this live image that we continue to have over in Gaza. And I want to go to some remarks made by European Parliament. Now, this did happen on Wednesday morning. But as we see this first phase of the Gaza deal being reached, the wider implication and the questions that follow it do persist. EU Parliament devoting a lot of time to talk about how European nations are working together against the Iranian nuclear threat. Let's listen in.
Paved the way to Iran agreeing to limit its nuclear program. The agreement was the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Since then, it is clear that Iran has departed from its commitments, as evidenced by more than 60 IAEA reports over 6 years. The Iranian nuclear program lacks any credible civilian justification and is unprecedented for a state without a nuclear weapons program. Also, for more than 5 years, the International Atomic Energy Agency could not carry out important verification and monitoring activities. The situation has led France, Germany, and the UK to notify the United Nations Security Council of Iran's non-compliance under the Plan of Action. With the notification, they invoked the process known as the snapback mechanism. Intensive diplomatic efforts with Iran during a 30-day time frame foreseen in the snapback process took place. Unfortunately, the result of these efforts did not allow for a diplomatic solution, as Iran did not engage constructively. As a consequence, the UN Security Council has reimposed all nuclear-related UN sanctions and restrictions against Iran. The EU has already reimposed all UN and also relevant EU sanctions that we previously lifted. We call on the international community to implement these sanctions. Let me be clear. The snapback of sanctions and nuclear restrictions does not mean the end of diplomacy with Iran. In fact, a sustainable solution to the Iranian nuclear issue can only be achieved through negotiations and diplomacy. But the prerequisite is that Iran returns to the negotiation table in a meaningful way. The EU, together with partners in the region, will continue to engage in this key issue for regional and international security. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani minister. W imieniu komisji głos zabierze pani. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I now give the floor to Commissioner Roosevelt.
President, honourable members of the European Parliament, Minister Bjerre. 10 years ago, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, established a framework to ensure that the Iranian program remained exclusively peaceful, putting in place an effective monitoring and verification system implemented by the International Atomic Energy Agency. This represents a key element of the global nuclear non-proliferation architecture, as well as an achievement of multilateralism and nuclear diplomacy. The EU has been supportive of the JCPOA and has fully implemented it, despite unprecedented challenges, including the departure of the US from the agreement in 2018, the reimposition of the extension of US sanctions, as well as the subsequent actions taken by Iran, in contradiction to its JCPOA commitments. The reinstated UN sanctions cover three main categories. First, the nuclear program itself, which would again be under a binding obligation to suspend all enrichment-related and reprocessing activities. And second, Iran's ballistic missile and military capabilities. And third, financial and economic restrictions. And we call on the international community to implement these sanctions. The EU is implementing the return of UN sanctions along with EU autonomous restrictive measures. This has been done under the Iran weapons and mass destruction regime. Our EU measures include, first, travel bans for individuals, asset freeze for individuals and entities, and, in line with this, the prohibition on making funds or economic resources available to those listed. Second, economic and financial sanctions covering the trade, financial and transport sectors. Allow me to mention that the EU never lifted the arms embargo, nor the listing of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, in line with the mechanism of the JCPOA. The European Commission will follow closely the implementation of the reimposed sanctions. EU sanctions are targeted and designed to avoid unintended negative consequences to the Iranian population. EU sanctions are not meant to stand in the way nor impede the supply of humanitarian aid, including medical assistance. EU measures comply with all obligations under international law, in particular international human rights law, international refugee law, and international humanitarian law. With the reimposition of all previous lifted UN and EU sanctions, we are now in a post-JCPOA phase. As the HRVP has made clear, this post-JCPOA phase will not mark the end of diplomacy with Iran on the nuclear issue. We continue to believe that a sustainable solution to the Iranian nuclear issue, which remains a key challenge to the region and in international security, can only be achieved through dialogue and diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, on behalf of the EPP, I give the floor to Mr. Sarsalahos. You have a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam President, Minister, Commissioner. Iran is in serious breach of basic obligations with regard to its nuclear program, but this is hardly news. The introduction of sanctions is therefore both welcome and long overdue. The sanctions should be meaningful, fully enforced, and closely monitored. But let's not forget that this is not the issue. The real issue is the Iranian regime, which is a challenge that requires an entirely new approach of our policy towards Tehran. With the Iranian regime in place, there will be no peace in the region. The Ayatollahs took good care to destroy the Abraham Accords through their proxies, Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah. And now, as a new opportunity for peace emerges in the region, Tehran will do whatever it can to disrupt this process. With the Iranian regime in place, Russia will continue to have a useful ally in its aggression against Ukraine. With the Iranian regime in place, brutal repression with no legal or moral limits will continue to fall on anyone who dares to challenge the tyranny. Over 1,000 people executed in the first 9 months of 2025. So, at this point, let me ask, why do Iranian ambassadors live so comfortably in European capitals? And why is the listing of the Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization still not included in the sanctions adopted, despite the consistent and strong request from this Parliament? Dear colleagues, many Iranians inside and outside Iran risk their lives. They deserve to be supported, to be protected, and to share their commitment for a free and democratic Iran. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie pośle, w imieniu Grupy Postępowego Sojuszu Socjalistów. Thank you. Now, on behalf of the S&D, Ms. Annunziata, you have 1 minute.
In 2025, Iran's inflation is up to 45%. Youth unemployment is up to 20%, while 30% of the population is below the poverty threshold. Economic crises due to the sanctions have reduced the regime consensus, and the defeat of Hezbollah by Israel has ruined Iran's major project of expansion towards the West. Iran is weaker than ever, and yet can still count on a solid alliance with Russia, and particularly also with China, that is the main buyers of Iran's oil. The West at this point has two options: taking advantage of this crisis but risking a major escalation, or making Iran part of a larger, what we call once, comprehensive peace process, a process that could involve and stabilize all the major players of the region, Israel, Arab nations and Iran, and global players as US, Europe and China. It is the type of process that I like to feel that a little bit catch Mrs. Callas in recent statement. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani poseł. W imieniu Grupy Patrioci za Europą głos zabierze pan poseł Jean Carlos Girauta Vidal, 1,5 minuty. Thank you. The next speaker for the Patriots, Mr. Girauta Vidal.
Disculpe, señora presidenta.
Apologies, Madam President. The Islamist theocratic regime of Iran is the main force of destabilization in the Middle East and a promoter of terrorism on the international scene. You'll recall that Iran was behind an attempted murder of a politician from this very house. For years, the Ayatollahs have been fighting peace and stability via proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis. They have ties with Russia, and their sharp claws reach all the way to Europe, where they sponsor Islamism and far-left extreme groups. They do not respect the most basic rights of their own people. They're particularly harsh with female dissidents and homosexuals. There are four executions every day. All they should find in Europe is rejection. Enough appeasement. We need to speak out clearly on the threat that Iran would pose if it was fully equipped with nuclear weapons. The whole idea of civil use is a scam. Do you think that Josep Borrell and the Commission weren't aware of what they were doing with the enriched uranium? There are secret nuclear installations in Iran, and we've known that since 2002. What do they want? Well, they want to wipe Israel off the map. They've been frustrated in that attempt, but we need to be careful, because if we don't, we'll be placed before the fait accompli.
Pośle, nie widzę pana posła Bielana. W związku z...
Thank you. I cannot see Mr. Bilan. So now, on behalf of Renew, Ms. Loiseau, for 1.5 minutes, you have the floor.
Qui voudrait d'un Iran doté de l'arme?
Who would want an Iran with nuclear weapons? Let's be clear, no one. For decades, the Iranian regime has been focused on two obsessions: destroying Israel and access to atomic weapons. And it goes without saying that we cannot let them do that. And Europe has responded responsibly to this state of affairs. Without Europe, there wouldn't have been negotiations, and without Europe, the Vienna Agreement would not have been strong enough. Thanks to the agreements, there were some limits on what Iran was doing with uranium, but things have changed. By withdrawing from the JCPOA, Trump has given Iran every pretext not to stick to the terms of that. Iran is doing things with uranium that can only point to its wish to use nuclear weapons. Unfortunately,
we're continuing to listen in here to some of the comments made on Wednesday. European Parliament, they're discussing the Iranian nuclear threat and how several European countries are coming together to make sure that they stay safe. We're going to step away for another quick commercial break, continuing to follow all of your major stories. And once again, here, a live look out in Gaza. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we are continuing to follow a major development to a story that we have been covering for several months now. Here's a post on your screen, courtesy of our partners at Fox 35 in Orlando, saying this: a man accused of starting one of California's deadliest wildfires was arrested this week in Brevard County after months on the run. That is according to authorities. Joining us now, and we do have team coverage from Fox 35, both Amanda Ruiz and Amanda McKenzie, talking about this story. Amanda Ruiz will have more details on where that suspect was arrested. But we're going to start with Amanda McKenzie, who is giving us details as the suspect is set to appear in court today. Amanda.
Good morning. Yes, the suspect also had a court appearance yesterday in federal court, and he was very calm before the judge, saying that he understood his charges and what the punishment could be if convicted. Now, investigators say months before 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht allegedly started what would become the deadly Palisades fire, he asked ChatGPT to create this picture. And shortly after allegedly starting the brush fire, investigators say he asked ChatGPT, "Are you at fault if a fire is lit because of your cigarette?" Investigators say a barbecue lighter may have been used and don't believe it was an accident. Investigators added that the lighter allegedly used to start the fire was found in his car.
He fled the scene in his car, but turned around after passing fire engines driving in the opposite direction to fight the fire. While the Lockman fire burned, and he turned around and went back up there, and he took some video and watched them fight the fire.
Rinderknecht, who now lives in Florida, was arrested Tuesday in West Melbourne. Investigators believe he first started the Lockman fire in California on January 1st after dropping off Uber passengers nearby on New Year's Eve. This is a picture of the damage in the complaint. Investigators say firefighters put out the flames, but it continued to burn underground vegetation. They say on January 7th, strong winds in the area caused that fire to grow and spread, turning into the deadly Palisades fire. Investigators say they obtained cell phone data from the Lockman fire to figure out who was there when it was set. They say Rinderknecht was the only one pinged in that area. In the complaint, investigators also say he lied about how close he was to the area of the fire and say his geolocation on his phone showed he was only about 30 to 40 feet from where the fire started. They say his own cell phone showed several calls to 911 from the ignition point. Rinderknecht is charged with destruction of property by means of a fire. This is a felony that could carry a minimum federal prison sentence of 5 years and a maximum of 20 years in federal prison. He has another hearing this morning at 9:45, and we will be in the courtroom to bring you the latest. Reporting live in Orlando, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
All right, Amanda McKenzie, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. We're going to turn it now over to Amanda Ruiz, who is actually standing in the neighborhood where that suspect was arrested. Amanda.
Yes, to say the neighbors were shocked that this man was living inside their community this entire time would be the understatement of the century. It's unclear how Jonathan Rinderknecht made the 2,500-mile trek from California to this West Melbourne neighborhood, but he did it, and police say he has family in the area and has been couch surfing from home to home, most recently staying at the home where he was arrested. People living or in the houses around it still trying to wrap their minds around Rinderknecht being arrested, accused of starting the deadliest fires in California history. One neighbor told us he saw a large police presence at the front of the neighborhood at the time of Rinderknecht's arrest, and he says this doesn't happen here.
They seem to have West Melbourne Police and ATF, and I think possibly the FBI were out, and very, very heavy police presence, and they had armored personnel. Like to me, it looked like they were expecting a shootout.
We also spoke to one woman who is originally from the Cocoa Beach area. She moved to LA for her career after graduating from UF. She saw the damage from the fires firsthand.
Things are just completely gone, and there's no remnants of what was your community. I spend a lot of time hiking in the Palisades and just spending time outdoors, and even for the weeks after the fires happened, you couldn't really go there.
She says LA is still recovering months after those fires happened, and she cannot believe that the person accused of starting those fires was from her hometown. Reporting in West Melbourne, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
And thank you, Amanda Ruiz, there for that detailed breakdown. You take care. We're going to check in soon as this story does continue to develop. In the meantime, let's head over to some more reaction that we're getting, and also from law enforcement that have been investigating this case and have charged that suspect. I want to bring up this social media post there from the acting U.S. Attorney General in the District Attorney, Bill Lee. He says this, it's quite lengthy, but quote, "Today we are announcing the arrest of 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht. He is a criminal on a criminal complaint, charging him with maliciously starting what became the Palisades fire in January. The complaint alleges that Rinderknecht started a fire in Pacific Palisades on New Year's Day, a blaze that eventually turned into one of the most destructive fires in Los Angeles history, causing death and widespread destruction. Among the evidence that was collected from his digital devices was an image he generated on ChatGPT depicting a burning city. While we cannot undo the damage and destruction that was done, we hope his arrest and the charges against him bring some measure of justice to the victims of this horrific tragedy." Rinderknecht's initial appearance is scheduled for today at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time in a U.S. District Court in Orlando, as you did hear from Amanda McKenzie, courtesy of our partners at Fox 35. Rinderknecht is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Let's head over to some of the comments made at the press conference that we had yesterday. We did bring it to you as breaking news. Again, a suspect arrested and accused of starting the deadly Palisades fire.
We are announcing the arrest of 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht for igniting a fire that ultimately burned down the Palisades earlier this year, killing 12 people, destroying more than 6,800 structures, both homes and businesses, and damaging over 1,000 more buildings. The complaint unsealed today charges the defendant with destruction of property by means of fire, a felony that carries a mandatory minimum 5-year federal prison sentence and is punishable by up to 20 years in federal prison. The defendant was arrested yesterday on a federal criminal complaint near his Florida residence, and he's expected to make his initial appearance today in the federal court in Orlando, Florida. I stress that the complaint contains allegations, and every defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. The allegations in the affidavit are supported by digital evidence, including the defendant's ChatGPT prompt of a dystopian painting showing in part a burning forest and a crowd fleeing from it. And we're going to put that up on the screen here once we get that going. The allegations are, there it is. That's from his ChatGPT. That's an image he produced a few months before the fire started. It shows the city being burned there. The allegations are further supported by the defendant's cell phone, his false statements to law enforcement, and his behavior during the Lockman fire, which the defendant is charged with maliciously starting shortly after midnight on New Year's Day of this year, and which eventually became the Palisades fire. Late last New Year's Eve, Rinderknecht returned to Pacific Palisades after working the evening shift as an Uber driver. 2 of his passengers told law enforcement that he appeared agitated and angry that night. After dropping off a passenger in Pacific Palisades, Rinderknecht parked his car and tried and failed to contact a former friend. He exited the car, walked up a nearby trail, took iPhone videos at a nearby hilltop, and listened to a rap song whose music video included objects being lit on fire. The defendant had listened to this song and watched its music video repeatedly in the days leading up to the Lockman fire. 12 minutes into the new year, environmental sensing platforms indicated that a fire had started. It took the defendant several tries to contact 911 to report the fire. He fled the scene in his car, but turned around after passing fire engines driving in the opposite direction to fight the fire. While the Lockman fire burned, the defendant walked up the same trail from earlier that night to watch the fire and firefighters, using his iPhone to take short videos of the scene. Although firefighters suppressed the blaze, the fire continued to smolder and burn underground within the root structure of the dense vegetation. So that fire started on January 1st, and it smoldered underground for about a week until on January 7th, heavy winds caused this underground fire to surface and spread above ground, causing what became known as the Palisades Fire, one of the most destructive wildfires in Los Angeles City history. Law enforcement got to work and by January 24th had identified and interviewed the defendant. During his interview, he lied about where he was when he first saw the Lockman fire, claiming he was near the bottom of a hiking trail. Geolocation data for the 911 calls showed that he was standing above the fire in a clearing merely 30 feet from the blaze as it rapidly grew. As the world watched in horror as the Palisades fire burned, victims perished in the smoke and flames. Homes where cherished family memories and belongings were turned to rubble and ash. The iconic Pacific Coast Highway along Malibu looked like a war zone. Thousands of people were forced to evacuate. Though homes and businesses cannot be rebuilt, this arrest, we hope, will provide a measure of justice to all those who were impacted. We're going to do questions at the end, and we're going to get into more detail, but I want to thank the outstanding partnership we had in getting this case to where it's at. Thanks to the work of the ATF and investigative support from both the LAPD and the Los Angeles Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service for their hard work in this investigation. I'm going to turn it over now to Kenny Cooper, who's the special agent in charge of the ATF Los Angeles Field Office.
We're listening in here and watching this development into the investigation as to how the Palisades fire started in Los Angeles. A suspect has been arrested, will be making their first court appearance in Orlando today. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, but continue with more from this press conference and live looks when we come back. $7:28 on the East Coast, 4:28 on the West Coast. Thanks for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox. Let's head out to this live image that we have over at Hostage Square in Tel Aviv as we continue to follow the latest developments regarding the fact that Israel and Hamas have signed that first phase of that Gaza deal. Heading out to some of the facts of that now. This deal, of course, being brokered by President Donald Trump. He posted on Truth Social saying this, quote, "This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed upon line as they first step toward strong, durable, and everlasting peace." He went on to say all parties will be treated fairly. Hamas will release all living 20 hostages in the coming days in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, while the Israeli military will begin a withdrawal from the majority of Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on social media, quote, "With God's help, we will bring them all home." And Hamas said separately that the deal would ensure the withdrawal of Israeli troops as well as allow for the entry of aid and exchange of hostages and prisoners. We'll keep bringing you all of the latest developments regarding this story throughout the day today here at Live Now from Fox. But let's head back to some more of that press conference that we were showcasing just before the commercial break. And it's regarding that deadly Palisades fire that happened in California several months ago. Now, a suspect has been arrested. They're going to appear in court today in a Florida courtroom in Orlando specifically after they were arrested in Florida. We brought you the breaking news just yesterday, but in case you missed that press conference, let's get to it next.
Good morning. My name is Kenny Cooper. I'm the special agent in charge of ATF's Los Angeles Field Division. Today marks a significant moment in a long road to justice for our community. After more than 8 months of tireless, meticulous work, I stand here with our partners, proud to announce an arrest in connection to the devastating Palisades fires that claimed lives, destroyed homes, and shook this community to its core. Jonathan Rindernesh, age 29, residing in Melbourne, Florida, was taken into federal custody by ATF special agents, a Los Angeles City Fire Department investigator, and a Los Angeles police detective. This partnership and arrest is significant in the three agencies working hand in glove to get this investigation to where it is. Rinderneck, as the U.S. Attorney mentioned, is charged under Title 18-844F, malicious destruction by means of a fire of real property owned by an organization receiving federal financial assistance. I know this community has endured a long wait for answers. Families have carried an unmanageable grief, and an entire community has been left to heal while living with questions. Although we cannot share every detail of this investigation, it is still an active investigation, and judicial proceedings remain ahead. I can tell you this: from day one, ATF and our partners have been relentless. We made a promise to find answers, and we have kept that promise. To give you a sense of the work, I want to highlight the extraordinary level of cooperation between ATF and our partners: the Los Angeles City Fire Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Orange County Fire Authority, and the United States Forest Service. LA City Fire asked for our assistance, and within 24 hours, ATF's National Response Team arrived on scene. The NRT, ATF's NRT, is an elite team comprised of certified fire investigators, electrical and fire protection engineers, chemists, accelerant detection canine teams, and other experts. We arrived within 24 hours and got to work with our partners. We processed hundreds of acres of damaged fire, examining every inch for the smallest clue. Over the course of the last 8 months, investigators conducted hundreds of interviews, including witnesses overseas, and pursued more than 200 leads. We collected more than 13,000 items of evidence, including fire debris, digital data, DNA samples, all analyzed by ATF's state-of-the-art forensic lab. Our team carried out 500 scientific tests, supported by ATF's Fire Research Lab, the nation's only large-scale fire science lab dedicated to fire investigations. More than 10 of our top engineers and support staff contributed to this laboratory analysis. This investigation has been documented over 300 ATF reports, including a 200-page report detailing the origin and cause of this investigation. ATF technical surveillance specialists were integral in reviewing approximately 1.5 million phone records and data extracted from digital evidence. And I highlight this because I know there's questions on the length that it took us to come to this conclusion. But we were reviewing a lot of evidence from one of the most catastrophic fires in the U.S. history. Through this extraordinary team effort, investigators determined that the Palisades fire, reported on January 7th, was caused by an intentionally set fire near a viewpoint along the Temescal Ridge Trail in Topanga State Park on January 1st. The fire was a holdover fire, meaning it was deeply seated in dense vegetation and roots and continued to burn undetected until catastrophic weather ensued, resulting in the Palisades fire. Rindernesh is now charged with setting the January 1 fire. We know this arrest cannot erase the pain or grief or losses endured, but we hope it is a step forward. It is proof that justice will not be forgotten, that our accountability will be pursued by ATF and our partners, no matter how complex the investigation and no matter how long it takes. To the families who lost so much, we hear you, we honor you, and we will continue to fight for you. The ATF established an email address for the victims and witnesses to contact ATF Victim Witnesses Assistance Program through the Palisades at atf.gov. Once again, I'll say that, the Palisades at atf.gov. Based on the information received, a regional victim witness specialist may contact you. That's my initial statement. I'm going to hand it over to the Chief of LA Police Department, Chief McDonald, and I will be open to questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I want to begin by thanking the U.S. Attorney's Office, our partners at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and the dedicated men and women of our Robbery Homicide Division and Major Crimes Division. I also want to recognize and thank the Los Angeles City Fire Department and all of the investigators who came together to support this case. You look at the team standing here, and I couldn't be more proud of the work that was done throughout this investigation. It was extremely intensive and thorough, and the best of the best were working on it, and I'm very thankful for the partnership we enjoy with all of them all the time. The investigation into the Palisades fire of January 2025 was lengthy, complex, and as I mentioned, extremely thorough. Our detectives responded immediately to the initial incident and worked side by side with our partners at the Los Angeles Fire Department, and once the ATF's National Response Team took on the case, they led the investigation, and our detectives remained fully engaged as partners every step of the way with them. I'm proud of the professionalism and dedication shown by our detectives and the team who work collaboratively with our federal, state, and local partners. That teamwork ultimately led to the arrest of the suspect responsible for this devastating crime. The Palisades fire was a tragedy that caused enormous harm to the city of Los Angeles, but in the midst of that devastation, we saw something else. Communities coming together with law enforcement, supporting one another, and working through a very, very difficult time. This case is a reminder of the value of strong partnerships across every level of government. When we stand together, local, state, and federal, we are stronger, more effective, and better able to deliver justice for our communities. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who contributed to this investigation, and I look forward to continuing this strong spirit of collaboration as we work to keep Los Angeles safe. Thank you. I'll now turn it back over to U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley.
We're listening in here to the update from officials down in California regarding the arrest in the deadly Palisades fire investigation. We'll be right back. Let's head back to some more of the comments made on Wednesday regarding the arrest into the deadly Palisades fire.
Questions.
Bill, do we know how this fire started?
Okay, we'll start there.
How did Rendernick start the fire? And in the investigation, as investigators spoke to him, what did he specifically say was the reason behind it?
I'm not going to get into his specific statements. I can tell you ATF has determined that the fire was ignited with an open flame. Yeah.
Did this gentleman ever live in the Palisades, have any direct connection to the Palisades? Was he familiar with these trails, this area?
Yeah, he was familiar with this particular neighborhood, and he had a friend who lived in this neighborhood. So he knew this neighborhood.
But he never specifically had lived there?
He was a resident of Southern California. Do we know what city he lived in? Okay. Yeah, he actually did live in Palisades, and he was familiar with the neighborhood in which this started.
Are you using the word arson?
Yes, it's arson. Yes. Okay, let me go here.
Do you know that what was the protocol taken around the initial fire on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day? Was there precaution taken to try and make sure that fire was put out properly? And that's quite a stretch between when that ended and then the next fire.
Yeah, we're not going to get into the full fire response. I'll just tell you the fire department did respond, and they don't say they put out fires, they suppress the fire. So they use the best of their abilities at that time to suppress it. Like we said, there was dense vegetation. The fire went underground, and I'm not a fire expert, but there's only so much apparently you can do about that. So it did smolder there until a week later, in which the winds picked up and reignited. So that's our understanding of it started. Let me go for it here.
So did he move to Florida after this? Or
He relocated, yes.
Can you say a little bit more about what he was doing there? If he had been living in Palisades, was he camping? Was he hiking? Was he...
He just finished an Uber drive. So he just dropped someone off in that vicinity on an Uber drive. He was an Uber driver. He dropped someone off. He was in this neighborhood, and he was, this is New Year's Eve, so it was around midnight, and he went up to this hilltop. And at some point up there, around 12 a.m., he ignited a fire.
Residents that we spoke with reported and had video of fireworks during that same period of time. Initially, the belief was it was a group of kids that were there. Are you saying that the suspect here potentially set off those fireworks? You saying open flame?
We have no evidence that any fireworks were set off in this area at the time the fire ignited.
Does he have prior criminal history, and has he been cooperative in this process?
Does he have his criminal history?
Did he show remorse at all?
Does he have criminal history? Yeah, he does not have criminal history. We're not going to get into his specific statements. We are going to tell you, though, that he did speak to us and he made false statements. So that we will confirm.
What about motive? You do have some things recovered from his phone that you shared. Any indication of what may motivate?
We're not going to get into motive right now because we're going to have to prove this case in court in front of a jury, and we don't want to get into that right now. We are laying out the information we have in the complaint. The evidence is based on, you could see some of the key evidence, including the fact that he was the only person in this location at the time this fire ignited. We have no other indication that any other person was there. There were no fireworks at the time. We have several cameras in the vicinity that are there designed to detect fires, and this fire was detected almost right away by those sensors. So there's no indication of fireworks or other things that would have started this. He was the only person there. You heard about this music video and song he would listen to, which had imagery of fires. And then do we have the image up? Are we having trouble with that? And you could see some of his thought process in the months leading up, where he was generating some really concerning images up on ChatGPT, which appears to show a dystopian city being burned down. So more evidence will come out at trial, but we're not going to preview the entire case at this time. Yes, ma'am.
Is there an understanding that he relocated to Florida because he was aware that people might be looking for him?
We don't have any information of that.
It's very clear that this was a thorough investigation. The question is, obviously, so many things burned here, right? So how difficult was it to gather evidence? I mean, you're saying 13,000 items were gathered, following 200 leads. I mean, can you...
Yeah, I'll let ATF answer that. There was a tremendous amount of work. I mean, we literally have like terabytes of evidence. So I'm going to let ATF answer the work that was done in this case, including the lab work.
Yeah,
just to give us some perspective.
Some further perspective on the investigative process. So I know there's been speculation of other ignition sources, and I just want to assure everyone, ATF did not identify this suspect and focus specifically on this suspect. We still utilize our scientific process, and part of the lengthy time that it took to go over these thousands of acres that were burned is we literally had agents with our partners on their hands and knees crawling through fire debris. They're observing fire behavior patterns. They're flagging patterns. An example of that, fire will cause natural debris to twist and freeze in a position pointing to the origin. So looking at all those fire patterns, flagging those, ATF was able to zone to specifically get into the origin of where that fire started from. Once they dialed into the origin, using all the investigative techniques that they have, then they start really dialing into that very specific spot that that fire was created. An example of a fire research lab, they collected buckets and buckets of debris, flammable materials, natural and otherwise, found within that area, sent it off to a fire research lab. They analyzed data from weather, including humidity, the exact temperature, the exact composition of those natural fuels found at that particular time, January 1st, at that particular time, recreated those environmental factors in our labs using their scientific process, then tested different ignition sources. And that's where 500 tests were conducted at that lab. That review process is then looked at by a panel of our experts in a peer review process to see if the science matches up with the theory and the actual evidence that was collected. I know it was also broadcast. We broadcasted it as a public safety announcement back in spring. We went up and recreated a fire very safely with our partners with LA Fire, using butane and scientific process to create the fire behavior to see, and I'll tell you, to the extent of the scientific expertise that we went through, we recreated it in the exact lunar time that the fire started, meaning the exact size the moon was, and as close to the starlit environment that fire started. So we could recreate scientifically a fire and see how fixed surveillance points saw that fire as it developed from other evidence that we collected, both from witnesses' phones, fixed surveillance points, and other data. We were able to see how that fire behaved, how it grew, the size of that behavior and that fire, and the size that it would be for witnesses to see it and report it. We went through exhaustive efforts to look at potential ignition sources, whether they were fireworks, whether they were down power lines, or any other source of ignition. They went down those investigative paths with exhaustive length to either rule them in or rule them out. With clarity, we know this is an incendiary fire and that the subject that we arrested started it.
Would you say that this subject was obsessed with fire and working through those images?
Once again, that speaks to motive. That's not an element that we need to meet. That will be addressed in the trial. And we do have evidence of that for trial.
What was the rap song?
I'm not going to go into those specifics. I'll just highlight, we're not making a probable cause arrest. This team up here feels that we have met beyond a reasonable doubt. We are confident that the burden of proof by the government on this presumed innocent person will be met in trial.
Based on the AI images that you did show, what is it his intent to cause as much destruction to the town? Show the AI images for a reason, so it definitely leads to that impression. And I would just like that on the record.
I wish we could get into somebody's head, but we can't. People do evil things for whatever reason. And I'm not going to speculate or go into anything of that. Like, we have evidence of that will be addressed in trial, but evil people do evil things.
Let me answer her real quick.
Holdover fire confirmed. Can you just talk about the key evidence in determining that it was the Lockwood fire that reignited to become the Palisades fire, and that spring testing of the flame was to determine the source of the Lockman fire?
I'll let him answer that in a second. It is a French rap song. I don't speak French, so I'm not going to quote it, but it's a French song. It is in the complaint. and you'll be able to look it up there. We will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he intentionally started this fire and maliciously. That is what the statute that we charged him requires, and that is what we prove. I'll let you answer her question about the holdover fire. Let him answer.
Before and stake this place out?
Your question to a holdover fire. Same principle, same process that ATF went through, is obviously the burn scar and the fire from the initial January 1st Lockman fire was re-examined by our investigators, and with complete certainty they were able to see from the same fire behaviors, from them crawling on their hands and knees, digging up roots, digging up all the evidence, supplying that fuel to the fire research lab. They were able, and also in collaboration of other data and other evidence. We have fixed surveillance points. We have witnesses that were up with their phones. We have a lot of different data that all concluded where this fire started, and the fire behavior from that origin, from that Lockman fire, was clearly established in the Palisades fire.
Were the passengers dropped off at home or at a business? I'm just trying to get a sense of where he was on his path that then led him onto that hillside.
He dropped passengers off within the residential area of that area.
3 more questions.
Why not pursue murder charges given the fact that folks died during the fire?
I can answer that. So right now, we've charged him on a criminal complaint. We have not determined all the charges he's going to face. We'll be presenting that evidence to a grand jury, and we will make decisions about additional charges at that time. So this is right now just a criminal complaint. We wanted to arrest him. We wanted to get him into custody, this will go to a grand jury shortly.
Last question. Did the suspect return back on January 7th? Was he in the area considering he lived in the Palisades during that period?
I don't know that we know that. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that. He did go back the same night. So the night he started the fire, he left. As soon as he saw the fire trucks were headed to the location, he turned around and went back up there. And he took some video and watched them fight the fire.
And the charges that you're talking
Last question.
That's just for January 1st, right? He's not been charged with anything for January 7th.
No, he is charged with starting a fire on January 1st, which is the fire that burned down the Palisades. It did take a week to reignite, but he is charged with starting the Palisades fire. He started it on January 1st.
But that's why you got that question.
We're listening in here to some of the comments from lawmakers, investigators down there in California just yesterday, providing an update to an arrest of a suspect for igniting the Palisades fire. We'll be right back. Thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Carla Hara. The federal government shutdown has entered into day 9, and it's affecting federal workers across the country. Just yesterday in Washington, D.C., union leaders spoke about those impacts. So I'm going to play out some of those comments for you next. On the other side, my colleague Josh Breslow will continue the coverage.
Good to see you.
Hey, brothers and sisters, how are you? Good to see you. Oh my God. How are you? How are you? Love you. God is good.
That's it. Brittany? You good? Okay. Good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Everett Kelly. I am the national president of the American Federation of Government Employees, representing 800,000 federal and D.C. government workers. And let me start this morning with a simple truth. Every day this government stays shut down, real people are hurting. Hundreds of thousands of dedicated public servants, the people who inspect our food, protect our borders, provide health care for our military families, keep our communities safe, are doing their jobs without pay. Or they're sitting at home wondering how they're going to make ends meet. Many of them are veterans just like me. I served in the United States Army, and I spent a life in public service because I believe in this country. I believe in what America can do when we work together. And right now, many families are paying the price for political gridlocks that they didn't cause. This isn't about one party or the other. It's about real people. It's about the family in Georgia wondering how to cover next month's mortgage. The correctional officer's worrying about his next paycheck. The TSA officer who still shows up to work because he or she loves their country, even though they are not getting paid. No American should ever have to choose between serving their country and feeding their family. No, that's not what America is all about. This is not who we are. But that's exactly the choice being faced by federal employees who are furloughed or working without pay. We cannot debate politics, priorities, and programs. That's part of our democracy. But as Americans, at the end of the day, we must come together, find a common ground, and move forward as a nation. Federal employees have always answered the call, and we always will, through wars, disaster, and pandemics. These Americans run toward danger and conflict, not away from danger. They kept this nation on solid footing when everything else felt uncertain. And they keep doing it. They'll keep doing it because service is who we are. They are the best of Americans. So today I call on leaders from both parties to sit down together, work out your differences, and find a solution that reflects the best of America, just like federal employees do every single day. I call on you today to put people over politics. Let's end this shutdown and get back to the business of serving the American people all together. And so, brothers and sisters, that's what this is all about. We want to do this because we know it's right. So, brothers and sisters, next I want to call on my brother, Matt Biggs, my brother. And it's a pleasure to introduce him, the president of the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, IPET, my brother, Matt Biggs. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it, bro.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm honored to be here today. Thanks, everybody, for being here. IFPTE, we represent 34,000 federal workers across government agencies. Some of them are working today, and some of them aren't. There's roughly 620,000 federal employees that are furloughed. When you can do the math, there's roughly about 2 million federal employees. So the difference, the other folks are working. What they all have in common is they're not getting paid. They're not getting a paycheck. Now, despite what this OMB director, Russ Vogt, thinks, these are working families. These are workers, working Americans that have families, that live paycheck to paycheck, that have to pay bills. have to put food on the table. And denying them a paycheck is simply cruel. It's cruel. And keep in mind, these federal employees have nothing to do with this government shutdown. Most of them are still showing up and they're working every single day. IFPTE, we represent workers at the Department of Defense, as all of these unions do, or most of them. And they're showing up and they're doing their work to help our fighting men and women and protect the defense of this nation. And what do they get in return? They get OMB Director Russ Vought, who says they may not even get a paycheck.
Yeah.
That is deplorable. It's shameful. Now, IFPTE, I echo Brother Kelly's message to the Congress. Come together. Republicans, Democrats, come together. Let's reopen this government. And we implore President Trump to come to the table and work with both sides, Democrats and Republicans, and reopen this government. And we also, at IFPTE, we also implore Congress to protect their appropriating authority. When Congress appropriates money and they designate money for these agencies, the executive branch should not have the ability to impound the money or spend the money any way they want.
All right, you are listening there to union leaders as they are discussing the impacts there of the government shutdown and exactly what they want to see happen over the coming days. We are now just past the top of the hour here, 8:01 on the East Coast and 5:01 on the West Coast. A big thanks to my colleague, Karel Lahara, who is just on the desk with you for the last several hours. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and across the world. Right now, I do want to take you out to this live look over the White House in D.C. as we continue to cover everything related to the federal government shutdown, now officially in day 9 with no end in sight. We know that House Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to hold his daily news briefing here in just about 2 hours at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and we are going to bring you that as well as a news conference later today from Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader. Right now, I do want to listen to some of the comments here just yesterday as we heard from Speaker Johnson and Representative Hakeem Jeffries there speaking about all of the latest.
There is one sad and inescapable fact that no one can forget here. This shutdown is nothing more than political cover for Chuck Schumer and the Democrats.
American families' lives are at stake here. Whether or not we're going to be able to pay our troops, whether or not people can get on an airplane and go visit a relative or take a vacation, whatever their plans may have been, are being disrupted. Real lives of real people are being disrupted.
Senate Democrats have had 5 opportunities to get the government up and running again for the people they were elected to serve. And the vast majority of them have voted no every single time. Their obstruction is not only a slap in the face to hardworking Americans whose livelihoods are being put at risk due to the Democrats' shutdown, it's also a slap in the face to the constituents who fund their salaries with the expectation that they fulfill their basic constitutional responsibilities.
We're asking everyday Americans from all across the country to share your story about the premium increases that you are experiencing with your member of Congress, with your United States Senator, and certainly with any of us.
Here's the terrible thing about the position that the Republicans have backed themselves into with health care. It hurts everyone. And this isn't about red states or blue states. These premium hikes, these cuts, are going to make health care more expensive and harder to obtain for every American.
Americans are already struggling with the affordability crisis, and they are being jammed with this health care crisis, all at the hands of Speaker Johnson and his Republican colleagues. And they're lying, claiming that they're the ones working around the clock to fix this health care, to help fix health care. If that's true, where are they?
All right, so hearing from both sides right there. Again, we do expect news conferences to be held later on today from both parties. We will bring those to you as we always do. Now, we are seeing the effects of the shutdown here. Again, day 9. You can see some of the airports here from across the country. We do have these live images from Nashville, Chicago, Tacoma, St. Louis, just to name a few. And again, the impacts being felt there as far as flights. Do want to bring in Cameron Arcand, political reporter at the Daily Wire, to discuss all of this here. Cameron, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is really one of the direct impacts we're seeing of the crisis right now.
Yeah, and that's what we're hearing a lot about, is the situation there involving air traffic controllers and airports in general. Can you break down from some of your reporting there exactly what specific impacts are being felt so far?
Yeah, so air traffic controllers have had shortages in staff for a very long time now. The system is extremely sensitive. And so when you have a government shutdown, you see a rise in people maybe calling out because they're currently working without pay. Even the air traffic controller union has told their people, hey, we need you to be working throughout this shutdown. Well, we want you to be working throughout this shutdown. And what that leads to is any uptick in people calling out sick can lead to, the system slowing down in order to keep the system safe, which means that you're going to see more flight delays at airports where you see that rise in unexpected callouts, as well as potential other added issues with that as well. Thankfully, at TSA, there hasn't been too many wait time issues. But when it comes to the flight delays, it's mostly tied to the air traffic controller situation.
And I do want to pop this up on your screen, a post from Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy saying you may see delays during the shutdown, and it's because we are not willing to take any risks if we don't have the staff to fly your flight safety. Now, are the impacts concentrated in certain regions? Are they really being felt nationwide as we take this live look at airports across the country?
Well, that's really the surprising part about it, is this is truly impacting everywhere. Last night, we saw delays here in Washington, D.C. at Reagan National. Nashville has had delays. I know even the other night on Monday, I believe, Burbank Airport had delays as well. So from coast to coast, this is proven to be an issue. In Burbank, they had delays and they had to move their operations remote, some of their air traffic control operations, down to San Diego for a little bit. And so they're improvising. There are contingency plans with these things. But what really this does cause is it brings out some of the issues that already existed with the air traffic controller shortages. But you also pair that with the government shutdown. This is not good for morale. I was talking with Airlines for America, which is the trade association for the airlines. They're wanting an end to this shutdown because, when they're the ones where that impacts the travelers. And the air traffic controller union is saying, we want our people to keep working despite the lack of pay situation, even though they're essential workers right now.
And actually, on that note, we do have another post here from Sean Duffy where he talks about that specifically. He said, I'm encouraging air traffic controllers to show up for work during the shutdown, but when I talked to them, they were stressed out and thinking, how do I put food on the table and how do I pay my mortgage if my paycheck doesn't come through? So that speaks, of course, to what you're talking about. Now, how exactly are these airlines and airports adapting here to maintain their normal operations? You touched on this a little bit, but there has to be adapting to the situation.
Yeah, so the biggest thing you're going to see, like the transportation secretary said, is a slowing down of the system in order to maintain its safety. And so what that means is when there's less staff, there's less eyes, less going on, which means that it is going to be a slower process. Now, what does that mean for passengers? There isn't too much you can do in terms of making your plane go up in the air, of course. But when it comes to, TSA, thankfully, they haven't had too many issues in wait times. They're telling people, please be patient. If you do run into wait time issues, obviously, they always say, be early for your flight. Make sure you arrive a good number of time before your flight takes off, longer if it's international. International. And that really makes sure that you're prepared. And, always check before you leave and keep an eye on the news and keep an eye on what your airline is saying, what the airport is saying, if you are traveling, because this is a very sporadic situation where you are seeing airports throughout the country run into issues. And then usually within a few hours, it does get resolved where they are able to get the staffing levels back up to where they need to. But because this is impacting airports nationwide, we're really seeing some of the true impacts of the shutdown right now.
And of course, seeing no end in sight as Democrats and Republicans continue to kind of go back and forth on all of this here. Anything about your reporting that really surprised you?
Well, I would say this. I mean, the idea that, the union is saying, we want you to keep working throughout this. The union president said the other day, the air traffic controllers union said, we don't want to wade into the politics. And that was but we want an end to this shutdown. That was a similar thing that I heard from the airline group as well. They want to see an end to this shutdown because this is having an impact. Because at the end of the day, the average American might not notice if a random government agency is closed, but they are going to notice if their flight's delayed. And so I think this is going to be one of the things that's going to lead to this shutdown maybe coming to a close. Who knows when at this point, but it could be a catalyst for that change.
All right. Cameron, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and helping to break down a big story here. Anything else that you want to add? Anything we missed before I let you go?
Just as the TSA said, be patient. I mean, we could be seeing delays and other issues throughout the country in the coming days. So just hang in there if you're flying. Keep tabs on your info of your travel.
All right. Cameron, thank you again for taking the time to join us, and I'm sure we'll have you back here soon.
Thank you.
And I do want to remind you guys that we do have several people that are going to be joining us throughout the morning. Here is what's coming up this morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Just about 20 minutes from now, we will have Miriam Wabash. She is with the Foundation for Defensive Democracies. She's going to join us to talk more about the situation that is developing there between Israel and Hamas after President Trump announced hours ago that Phase 1 had been signed off by both sides. The hostage is expected to be released Sunday into Monday. We'll have full coverage with her coming up here in just a few. Then at 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, Abraham George, who is the chair of the Texas Republican Party, going to join us to talk about a discussion, a vote that will take place over the weekend to possibly censure several lawmakers for not being conservative enough. We'll bring that to you here in just about 48 minutes. Then at 9:30 a.m., Representative Lisa McClain, Republican from Michigan, also the chair of the House GOP. She will be with us to break down the latest on the shutdown, the Israel-Hamas war, as well as the National Guard. So a lot of topics expected to be discussed. Make sure you join us here on Live Now from Fox for all of it. Going ahead to a quick break now at 8:12 on the East Coast and 5:12 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:15 on the East Coast and 5:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here with you for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Right now, I do want to take you out to this live look over Gaza. This is at the Israel-Gaza border, as just hours ago, President Trump did announce that a deal had been reached for Phase 1, agreed to by both Israel and Hamas, to end the Gaza war, at least for now, and release all of the remaining living hostages. Now, there will be a Phase 2, possibly a Phase 3. There's still a lot left to sort out here, but we are going to bring all of that to you here on Live Now from Fox as we do get it. Now, we also did receive from the White House and the organization that works with the families of those hostages as they spoke here, some of them with President Donald Trump just yesterday.
President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You did it!
Wow.
You did it!
Wow.
Thank you!
This is amazing. Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you'll fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you
very much. You just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday. All of them.
And these are some of the photos that were provided by the families as they received word, but also spoke there with President Trump, who does say that the hostages, the living ones, are expected to be released on Monday. Of course, everything in flux right now, as President Trump is also expected to travel over to Egypt and the region in the Middle East. He is expected to address the Knesset there in Israel on Sunday. Again, all of this in flux. We will make sure to keep you updated here as we do get more developments. Right now, I do want to send it over to Ted Lidner with Fox News. He has the latest on all of this.
Hope for families of remaining hostages in Gaza. After both Israel and Hamas agreed to the first phase of a ceasefire deal drafted by the White House. President Donald Trump speaking to Fox News' Sean Hannity in an exclusive interview shortly after the announcement broke on Wednesday.
As we speak, so much is happening to get the hostages freed.
The plan to pause fighting came together after days of negotiations in Egypt. Hamas has agreed to release all remaining hostages in exchange for prisoners held in Israel.
We think they'll all be coming back on Monday. I spoke to Bibi Netanyahu just a little while ago. He called. He said, I can't believe it.
More aid is also expected to start flowing into the Gaza Strip as Israeli forces there are set to withdraw to an agreed-upon line. This development comes as the war recently passed the 2-year mark. Many families of remaining hostages thanking President Trump and welcoming the deal.
Thank you, the Trump administration, for doing everything you can to bring them home.
President Trump praised U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law Jared Kushner, as well as other world leaders, for coming together to make this deal happen.
You know, many years they talked about peace in the Middle East. This is more than Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East.
And while there's still more to be discussed for the eventual second phase of the deal, President Trump alluded to the formation of the Council of Peace, something he says will help take care of the people of Gaza going forward.
I think you're going to see people getting along, and you'll see Gaza being rebuilt.
Ted Lidner, Fox News.
Ted, thank you so much. And we do have several different live images that are coming in out of areas of Gaza, as well as this one right here that shows the Israel-Gaza border. Now, there is a lot to discuss here because this does provide some hope for the families of those who are still being held hostage by Hamas, by terrorists there in Gaza, those who are living and those who have been murdered there. I do want to bring in Rotem Cooper, the son of hostage Amiram Cooper, whose body is still being held there in Gaza. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here this morning.
Yeah, of course.
And I did want to start here by asking you to tell me about your father and your understanding of what happened to him on October 7th of 2023.
Yeah, so, I myself was born and grew up in the Niroz community, what we know now as ground zero for the atrocity of October 7th. On October 7th, I was able to speak to my father twice while the rocket attack was going on, and the information about terrorists roaming the kibbutz started to surface. And then no longer was not able to communicate with him. And my mother was with him, Nurit Cooper. And of course, immediately was looking and jumped on a plane to go to Israel. And in the following days, we learned that my father, Amiram Cooper, his wife, my mother, Nurit Cooper, were both considered kidnapped to Gaza. But we didn't know for sure because there was no, they were missing, their home was burglarized, vandalized, but there wasn't any videos that surfaced on social media that showed them in Gaza. So we didn't know for sure. 2 weeks later, I was actually going to the States, to Washington, D.C., to speak to lawmaker, where all of a sudden the news broke that my mother being released unilaterally by Hamas. And I immediately turned back and went back to Israel. And indeed, she was released. She was one of the few hostages women that got released in those days before the IDF tanks rolled into Gaza. And that's when we learned for the first time that she was kidnapped and held with my father, and that my father knew that she's being released. He told her that, hey, I just, from the little Arabic, I understand that you're being released, you and Yocheved Lifshitz. And so that was the first, we got our mother back. We felt like we won half of the lottery. But that's when also we learned that he, at that point, was fully alive and unharmed, physically. Fast forward, June 3rd, 2024, we were notified by the IDF that my father is no longer alive, that he actually lost his life somewhere in mid-February 24. He was among a group of other 6 hostages, altogether 7 that were held together in Khan Yunis area. And there was later an IDF military operation to retrieve the remains, and 6 of them, indeed, that was in August, like 20th of August, 2024, but that they couldn't locate his remains. And the situation since then is that we were notified he's no longer alive, but we didn't get his remains. And now, obviously, this morning, we heard the news, we read the news, and now we expect him to be included in this sweeping deal where all of the hostages, all of the 48, the 20 that are still alive, and the other 28 that are no longer alive are going to be returned fairly shortly. We don't, that's what we learned from the news and a little bit, from more official channels, but not much more than that. We don't know details. And that's the news we woke up into this morning. Of course, there was some build-up into it, but nobody expects for such a deal to transpire. And there is obviously subdued jubilation. We're very careful. We've been in, unfortunately, in many disappointments, so we are very careful. But it's definitely a very promising deal, and we are hoping to see the hostages starting coming out very shortly, in a day or two. So that's kind of about that.
And as you kind of watch all of this play out, what are, I guess, your feelings as you do hear this news from President Trump? Did you believe it at first? Because again, you had said, we've been through this a few times where you've heard, okay, this could be happening, there could be a deal, and then it turns out there isn't. So what are your initial thoughts there as you do hear that news this morning?
So, we, the families, we kind of became a family, not by choice, but by events. We became a family. And we were, kind of having a campaign for, you see the number here, 2 years, see the number of days here, we're counting every day, 734, which feels to us just like one long day. We are, going to rallies, going to the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, traveling abroad, coming to Washington, D.C. I've been there more times, meeting world leaders, talking to Trump, sending him letters, all to bring about this day, right? And we felt many times bigger forces are going against us. And even as far as even as our own government, as hard as it to say, we felt many times they're not fully behind us or fully sympathetic to our cause and not exactly helping. Specifically about the U.S. administrations, we felt much more support with the Biden administrations and then definitely with the Trump administrations. Obviously, Trump within a short time brought about the release, I think it was in March, of 33 hostages. And now this unimaginable deal of very quickly releasing all of the remaining 48. So we are, if you're going to ask families, they're going to tell you it's all about Trump, and it's really not because of the Israeli government. It's Trump is the key here. And, so we almost kind of didn't disbelieve that such a deal that this is everything we try to imagine. But there were a lot of dark days in between where there was little hope. All of the sudden happening abruptly. So everybody here is very happy, but try to keep it in check. We want to see them coming over the border. We want to see them being released. And we know that it's also going to be tough, that we have a lot of people. We have 28 or so to bury, including my father. So my personal story beyond the big group effort is that I'm waiting to get the remaining of our father and to conduct the funeral, right? That's as good as it's going to get for me. That's not very good. There is a lot of hard feelings about Israeli government not doing enough to protect him in the first place, and then not doing enough to bring about his release when he was still alive. He was there for 4 months. So there is a lot of hard feeling that just boiling up again every time you deal with the subject, every time you're being asked a lot of questions about it, there is public attention. But we're kind of trying to put that aside for a moment and focus on the positive sides, especially the 20 live hostages that are expecting to come out back to their families. Just from the New Orleans community, we have 4 that are still alive. The Cunha brother, David and Ariel, and Eitan Horn and Matan Sangaoker. That should be celebrated. And after that, if we're going to be lucky, which is a tough thing to say, we're going to have 5 burials. At least we're going to get the remains. And right after that, but there is time for it, we will need to continue the process to make sure there is a full and complete investigations of what's happened, that led to it, and that why they were not released in time. If people didn't do, what they should have done, they should pay the price.
My last question here before I let you go. If you could speak directly with President Trump and his administration right now, what would you say to them?
Thank you. Thank you for really backing us up. As we know, this is not a hard deal. It doesn't look like the Israeli government or Hamas are very interested in it. And somehow the Trump administration, Witkoff and everybody was able to, play the game right and bring about this deal. So we couldn't be, it's going to be a tough time for a lot of families, but that's what we were fighting for, to get to this day. And my feeling, and most of the family, this would not be possible without the U.S. administration and Trump in particular. So I think people are extremely thankful for his effort. And as you know, the Hostage Family Forum sent a letter in support of Trump nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Rodham, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and discuss all of this. Is there anything else that you want to add here about your father, about the hostages, or about the situation here in general before I let you go?
You know, it's still not over. That's the most important thing. That let's don't move our eyes off the ball, right? It looks like we still have, and I understand it. We had some early things signed, but the official signing is yet to be happening today. And after that, there is like few steps. I think Israel needs to withdraw to some line, and then the clock starts ticking on Hamas releasing all of the 48, and then Israel needs to move to another line. So there are steps. Things can go wrong, but I think that Trump, when it's come to those sorts of deals, is going to be on top of it. But we all have to be on top of it. It's not over. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank those that stood with the families. You know, we had a lot of darker days where we needed to, you know, where we kind of stood out here in the Hostel Square or in, you know, in another famous place here in Tel Aviv, and like the Begin crossing and in Jerusalem and in Kiryat Gat and many other places, and travel. You know, there was a lot of hard work and supports from concerned citizens that helped us come to that day. So I want to kind of thank those guys and ask them to stick with us to make sure that the deal is fully consumed.
Right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us to share your story, your father's story, and the story of so many people who have been waiting for this moment. As you mentioned here, until the release does happen, folks need to keep their eyes on the situation itself. Thank you again for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
And you are once again taking a live look here over in Tel Aviv. This is in Hostage Square, where you can see the celebrations underway. As we've heard from President Trump, he does believe that the hostages, all the living ones, will be released there on Monday. Still everything in flux, as the president is also expected to travel over to Israel. We'll keep you updated here on all of that, as we likely will get some conversations there between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu over the weekend. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more news to get to here in a matter of moments. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, October 9th. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. I do want to head over to a story that we have been following very closely over the last several hours, taking a live look over Hostage Square there, a site that we've seen quite a bit of over the past several months and really 2 years here. Now you can see folks are there. They are celebrating as President Trump has announced that the hostages are expected to be released on Monday, possibly earlier here, as President Trump does head over to the Middle East. Let's lift up the audio here and just listen to some of the celebrating. All right, you can hear the chanting there, the celebrating. There are folks that have signs, photos there of the hostages who, again, are expected to be released on Monday. I do want to bring in Mariam Waba, research analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, to talk more about all of this and the trip by President Trump here over to Egypt and then to Israel. Mariam, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Great to be with you this morning, Josh.
All right, so first off, the big question that a lot of people are asking, and I'm hoping that you can maybe provide some clarity here, is what exactly it means by President Trump heading over to Egypt and then to Israel, and if that is still the case.
Absolutely. Look, we're in a historic moment as President Trump, Bibi Netanyahu, and Hamas have announced this ceasefire agreement. We are 24 months into a brutal war that started with Hamas's October 7th massacre of 1,200 Israeli civilians and taking more than 250 hostages. More than 40 of them are still in Gaza today. More than half are still living and half are deceased. They have been murdered by Hamas. The president heading over to the Middle East is surely significant. We've seen President Donald J. Trump push for the ceasefire and want it at different points in the last few months since he took office. And he has communicated clearly what this means for him personally, for his legacy, and we know just how much the hostages have meant to him. So to secure a deal just one day after the second anniversary of the October 7th attack is momentous for him and for the Israeli people and for the American public. We're going to see 20 plus hostages, alive ones, returned to Israel in the coming days, maybe even hours. And that is going to be a pivotal moment for the Israeli public. These hostages have been the pain point at the center of this war for the last 24 months. Now, looking at the president potentially going to Egypt and Israel, I think he's trying to seal the deal. I think he's trying to put people's skins in the games. We know that the Qataris in Egypt have levers they can pull on Hamas to get them to accept this deal, which we see that happening. We're also seeing Turkey get involved in the ceasefire agreement. And I think by President Trump going to the region, he's trying to say, we need this to be followed through. This cannot fall through, and we have to hold Hamas's feet to the fire. And he's looking at Egypt and Qatar specifically to say, you have to make sure that the hostages are released and Hamas does not break the framework of this deal.
And Mariam, I'm hoping you can hang on here because we do have the Prime Minister of Israel's office spokesperson who's speaking right now about this. And I do want to lift up the audio here so that we can listen into some of those comments.
Phase. Tonight at 5 p.m. Israel time, there will be a cabinet meeting, and at 6 p.m. Israel time, there will be a government meeting taking place. Now, within 24 hours after the cabinet meeting takes place, a ceasefire will then begin in Gaza. The IDF will then redeploy to the yellow line as shown on maps, which have been widely distributed at this point in time. And now, after this 24-hour period, the 72-hour time window will then begin, where all of our hostages will be released back into Israel. Now, the final draft of Phase 1 was signed this morning in Egypt by all parties to release all of the hostages. And the IDF will then redeploy to that yellow line we mentioned, which will lead to the military controlling and holding about 53% of the Gaza Strip. Now, Phase 1 stands very clear. All of our hostages, the living and deceased, will be released 72 hours later, which will bring us to Monday. Israel is preparing to receive our hostages in all conditions they may be in. This comes with the help from specialists and all main hospitals in Israel. They are ready with robust procedures that are in place. Israel is anticipating the handover of our hostages to be conducted with respect and decorum from Hamas, and will have no tolerance for our hostages to be paraded around like we have seen in the past. Hostages will then be transferred into the hands of specialized IDF forces. The great relationship between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump is reflected in this plan, and we could not have reached this point without the magnificent relationship between the two of them. Everything between Washington and Jerusalem was in full coordination with each other, which was a strategy envisioned by the Prime Minister. And that's the end of our briefing today. Please put some of your questions in the chat right now so I can answer them as we go. So I'm receiving a question from Reuters. Has Israel formally signed the agreement? Has Hamas also signed it? I just mentioned in the briefing that the plan has been finalized this morning in Egypt. When will the ceasefire then come into effect? It will come into effect, of course, after the 24 hours take place that we discussed, after those meetings take place later this evening. Has Israel agreed or refused to release Palestinian prisoner Marwan Barghouti? I can tell you at this point in time that he will not be part of this release. Question from an independent broadcast journalist. I'm receiving about the 250 prisoners serving life sentences. In terms of that, it's a very difficult thing that Israel has to do. Many of these terrorists who are being released are convicted terrorists who have blood on their hands for murdering innocent Israelis. So from the Washington Post, could you please clarify the timeline for the coming days? So I did. You can rewind in this briefing. We discussed the meetings that will be taking place tonight, in addition to the timeline of the 24 hours and then the 72-hour window that will then go into effect. Many of these questions are about the timeline. So, like I reiterated, please go back into the briefing and make sure you're hearing the timeline very clearly as what I stated. Meetings taking place, then the 24 hours and the 72-hour window will then go into effect. In terms of the list of prisoners being finalized, we will have some more information that will be coming out later about that during the day. Someone asked, as journalists, are we allowed to go into Gaza freely now? Journalists have always been allowed into Gaza. I think journalists actually really need to recognize how dangerous the Gaza Strip is. There are homes, there are roads that are completely booby-trapped with explosives by a terror organization that is inside of the Gaza Strip at this point in time. We've continued to get this question, and the answer is yes, journalists are absolutely allowed inside of the Gaza Strip, but you have to understand the risk that comes with it. Let me just take a few more questions. From the Independent, what will the timeline be for aid delivery into the Gaza Strip? Let's get something very clear. Aid has always been going into the Gaza Strip from the beginning of this war until now. And of course, it has increased significantly in the last few weeks. Israel is committed to bringing humanitarian aid in. The problem is Hamas. Will this aid actually reach these populations that need it the most? You should ask Hamas that question. And in terms of the IDF redeployment map, I also want to refer you back to the map that was released. President Trump also released it as well, that yellow line where Israel will be pulling out to. Thank you all so much for your time. Like I said, a lot of the questions that are being asked are about the timeline, and we just cleared that up in this briefing. Please go back and take a listen to it. It's extremely important, and it will help your reporting as well. And let's be clear about something. This is an incredible success Prime Minister Netanyahu has been working so diligently at to get to this point in time. We know that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have this incredible relationship that also got us here, with the Prime Minister taking significant steps militarily and diplomatically to squeeze Hamas to get to this point in time where we can finally see the release of all 48 of our hostages, where some of them can be reunited with their families. Thanks so much for joining us today.
All right. So, Mariam, thank you so much for sticking with us here. That was Shash Bedrosian. She is the newer spokesperson for Prime Minister Netanyahu there in Israel. Anything that stood out to you about what she had to say? Obviously, there were a few questions there, and they said the list of names not released just yet, that should be finalized later on today. What do you make of all of that?
There's a couple things that stand out to me from this briefing, and I think the Israeli government is really out there trying to make sure the Israeli public and the international media understands what this deal entails and setting itself up for success in the next 72 hours as the Israeli government votes on the ceasefire agreement, and then they look forward to the 72 hours that precede that in receiving their hostages. First and foremost, I think it's notable that the Israeli spokesperson noted that Marwan Barghouti will not be part of this release. That has been on the mind of many analysts here in Washington, D.C. Obviously, these ceasefire deals are mighty heavy for Israel because they end up having to release hundreds, if not thousands, of convicted terrorists and murderers out of their jails in order to get their hostages back. And looking at what that list entails is very important for these ceasefire agreements. And look, Josh, you and I have been speaking for the last 24 months as certain brief ceasefire deals have agreed, and we've seen the heavy price that Israel has to pay. So it is interesting that she noted that Marwan Barghouti will not be released as part of this deal. That's first. Second, the second most notable thing for me from that press briefing is the questions from the media about the timeline. We're seeing reporters be really diligent about asking, what does the next 24 hours look like? What does the next 72 hours look like? And the subcontext of those questions is that the ceasefire is quite fragile, as all ceasefires have in the last 24 months. And these early hours of the deal really determine what the success of a ceasefire deal looks like. Will Hamas hold up its side of the deal? Will the Arab states force its feet to the fire and make sure that the hostages are released under the subtext, under the certain conditions that was signed in that ceasefire deal? We've seen what hostage release ceremonies have looked like under Hamas. We've seen dead bodies, deceased bodies paraded around. The family, the Sharif family comes to mind, the Bibas family comes to mind first. So it's important to Israel that when hostages are released, there is dignity and respect for living and deceased.
And Mariam, I did want to ask you here about the situation as it does play out, because you heard during the briefing there that folks asked about journalists being able to go into Gaza. They've always been able to. We have seen folks that have gone in there. But your thoughts on whether a journalist really should be going into Gaza, especially right now?
This is a fascinating question. In my opinion, in my analysis, the Israelis have really been dealt a poor card. In any other war zone, there are certain standards that militaries have to uphold when letting journalists enter into war zones. And the Israeli government, the Israeli IDF, has seen an unfair questioning with regards to who it lets into Gaza. We have to remember that the Gaza Strip is a battle zone, one that is littered with Hamas militants, an active terrorist organization that is seeking to use human shields, that does use human shields, that operates out of schools and hospitals and underground tunnels. So the Israelis have a vested interest in making sure that journalists are not entering an active battle zone and potentially getting hurt. Fatal accidents do happen, and the Israelis have been invested in making sure that journalists are not putting themselves in a battlefield like that.
My last question here, as we do continue to kind of gather the details, again, all of this in flux, the one question I have for you, and it is a question that's been asked kind of time and time again, we are talking about a terrorist organization here. Is there any guarantee that they are going to hold up their end of the bargain here? And what happens if they don't?
I think the timing here is very critical. We are now 24 months into this brutal war. Hamas is losing. They are continuing to fight because they are operating within schools, tunnels, and buildings that they should not be operating within. I think where we should begin to understand the amount of pressure Hamas is under is looking at the surrounding Arab states and what kind of leverage they've been able to expend on Hamas as a terrorist organization. And if I were to take you back just a couple of days, perhaps maybe weeks, we're looking at the Israeli strike on Doha, the Israeli strike on Hamas leadership inside Doha a couple of days ago. And I think that is really the pivotal moment. We're seeing Israel show courage in its ability to target Hamas leadership outside of the Gaza Strip. And I think from the perspective of an analyst like myself, that was the turning point of this war, because it let Hamas know that they are not safe, but more importantly, it let the Arab states know that they cannot continue to enable and harbor Hamas. And that is the turning point of this war, because we're seeing the Arab states expend some pressure, some leverage on Hamas to accept this deal. Everybody wants a ceasefire. The Israelis want a ceasefire. The Americans want a ceasefire. The Arab states want a ceasefire. It is Hamas who wanted to wait out and get better conditions for a ceasefire. But allowing the Arab states, particularly Qatar and Egypt, to apply pressure on Hamas to accept a ceasefire at this critical moment is what we're seeing play out.
All right. Mariam, thank you so much for taking the time to join us as always and break it down. We love your analysis. Anything else that we missed? Anything you want to add here before I let you go? And I say we missed, but of course, this is a complex topic with a lot of different elements to it.
Absolutely. Last thoughts on my mind are watching how Hamas acts in the coming days. What will the hostage release look like? Will they abide by the ceasefire agreement? Or will they do what they have historically done, which is break ceasefire agreements and corner Israel back into a corner where they are to blame for publicly forcing the Israelis to take blame for a ceasefire falling through? It does not look like we are headed in that direction, but that will be important to watch in the coming days.
All right. Mariam, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We definitely appreciate it as always.
Thank you for having me.
And of course, we do have several different live images. I do want to zoom in on this one. This is actually a look over the Israel-Gaza border. You can see the smoke there rising as this peace deal, very fragile, but has been signed, according to President Donald Trump, by folks on both sides. Now, President Trump expected to travel over to Egypt, then to Israel, and address the Knesset on Sunday. I would imagine, because cameras have been in there before, that we would be able to bring you that speech in full here on Live Now from Fox. If we are able to do that, we will make sure to bring that to you here in full on Live Now from Fox. Now, the White House posting this saying, quote, "I am very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. Blessed are the peacemakers." And we do have from Lucas Tomlinson over at Fox News. He actually broke down for us some of the elements here that Mariam was talking about. And we are going to have Steve Harrigan with Fox News join us shortly from Israel to break more down. But Lucas saying, as part of phase one of the peace deal, Hamas will release all 20 living hostages in exchange for 1,950 Palestinian prisoners. 250 were serving life sentences. In 2011, when Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit was released from Gaza, Israel was forced to release over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners, which included future Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, but a lot more live news coming up here in just a few. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. As we approach the top of the hour here, I do want to take you out live as we do have Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, who is actually meeting with the Prime Minister of India. A short time ago, we brought that to you live. Now it looks like he's answering some questions about all of this and will likely be speaking about the situation in Gaza. So I do want to dip in here for just a couple minutes.
That the UK is as welcomed as it has been these last 2 days in India. That is good for the United Kingdom. And so I am pleased that the welcome here has been warm. It's been warm for a reason, and I think that's because people recognise that under this government we've strengthened the relationship. We have pulled off the FTA, which other governments have tried and failed to do, and we've done it successfully. And now both Indian businesses and UK businesses want to build on that, and there is really enthusiasm for the relationship. That is a good thing for our country, so I'm really, really pleased about that and that we can take that forward. So that is a good thing. The second bit of your question, I'm sorry, I forgot. Look, I mean, on digital ID, let me be really clear about it. Firstly, we have made a commitment to do whatever we can to stop people arriving illegally in the United Kingdom. One of the issues is the ability people have to work illegally in our economy. We have to do something about that. We can't shirk that or duck that. And we had a strong manifesto commitment to deal with it. I think the vast majority, if not everyone in the UK, wants it gripped. And we need to therefore take measures necessary to grip it. One of the things on digital ID that I do think we need to emphasise and make the case for, frankly, is the great benefits of digital ID. You can see from Estonia the speed with which people can access services that are available to them, which has been transformational, and there's great enthusiasm in Estonia for it. Here in India, I think it's 1 billion people have digital ID. It's been taken up on a voluntary basis in huge numbers. not least because it means that you can access your own money, make payments so much more easily than is available with others. So I think now we need to go out and make that case of the huge benefits that this will bring. There needs to be a national debate about it, and I think that the more people see the benefits that come with this, the more, as has happened in other countries, people say that will make my life easier. And therefore I want to get on with it. Thank you very much, Catherine. I've got Jess from The Guardian.
All right, did want to bring you some of those remarks here as we approach the top of the hour. Again, that is Prime Minister Keir Starmer taking questions on that UK-India trade deal. We brought you some of the remarks earlier, but as he is answering those questions from reporters, we wanted to make sure to bring you that as well. I do want to get to some of the other big stories that we are covering at this hour. Take a live look over the city of Austin, Texas here, as the Republican Party of Texas's governing board is set to meet in the state capitol this weekend to consider censuring state representatives who may not align with the party's values and principles. There are 10 Texas House Republicans that are part of this whole situation, and I do actually want to bring in Abraham George, the chair of the Republican Party of Texas, to kind of break all of this down for us. Abraham, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, can you explain the entire situation, what's going on, and essentially what's going to be voted on?
Well, the Republican Party of Texas in the last convention created a rule called Rule 44. What it does, basically, it allows the grassroots to hold Republican elected officials accountable if they're not acting like Republicans. So over the past year or so, many of the grassroots members, the county parties, have been working with the legislators to get our Republican Party priorities, which is also set at the convention, moving that forward to get those bills passed. And if anyone is against us or standing in the way to get those things in the way of getting things done, they have the right to censure them and potentially remove them from ballot from running as a Republican in the next cycle. So there's about 10 members who's been censured by the local parties, and that is going to come over to the state party this weekend.
And how exactly will that work? Will we, and I know you probably can't necessarily go into all of the details here, but what criteria will be looked at? And will we have, I guess, an answer as to whether these lawmakers are censured by the end of that meeting?
So yeah, so the meeting is going to be all day. We're going to start around 10 o'clock, and it's the SREC State Republican Executive Committee. There's about 64 members, including the chairman and the vice chair. They will make a decision. It needs to be 3/5 of the members have to agree to remove someone from the ballot or to censure someone. It's going to be a long debate process back and forth, and each censure came from the party have more than 3 violations, and which is the base. Like, you have to have 3 violations during a session to get censured. So most of them have more than 3, maybe 5, 10. Some of them have like 14. So we're going to go through each one of those and kind of have a debate among the Republican Party Executive Committee, then decide, okay, are we going to censure this person? Are we going to concur or agree with the local party that they should be removed from the ballot or not? So we will have an answer by end of Saturday.
Were there any alternative actions overall that were considered here?
Yeah, so in these censures, there's 3 different options that comes with it. The worst case scenario is the removal of ballot. Then the other is just to get them censured and have the party support their opponent, or you just censure them and don't really mean anything other than, we don't like you for all of these reasons, but, we're not going to go do anything against you at this point, but, this is a censure against you. So it's not just, we're going to be removing you from ballot. We could have censure and not really have any heavy penalty on any of these members. So that could happen as well.
What is the message overall, and you did touch on this, but what is the message that the Texas Republican Party is hoping to send by these censures?
Well, the message is very clear. If you get elected as a Republican, if you use the Republican Party's name and the brand and the resources, the apparatus to get elected and call yourself a Republican through a primary election, we want you to act like a Republican. If you go out there and act like a Democrat, we're going to have a hard time working with you in the future because you're using our name. We have the freedom to associate with the people who are acting like Republicans, and if you're not one of those people, we don't want you to run as a Republican. You can run as a Democrat, you can run as an independent, that's up to you, but not use our brand. That's the messaging.
Has President Trump weighed in on any of this yet?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, and you have not been in conversation with him then just yet?
We've talked to White House multiple times on the process. They want to know what is happening. We've given them clear answers on everything they've asked. And I don't think anybody really out there saying, okay, remove 20 people. But everyone understands why the party is doing what they're doing, mainly because we have so many Republicans who act like Republicans during the primary election or the election cycle, then go act like a Democrat. We see that in Congress all the time. We see that in Senate all the time. So President Trump, more than anybody, probably will understand this, why the party is frustrated with some of the members and why we are taking a hard stand on something like this.
And my last question here on this topic specifically, is there any concern that it could impact party unity there within the Texas Republican Party?
I think the grassroots are united about this. There are some concerns about legal actions, removing someone from ballot. They can say, well, I have the right to run. And we agree, they do have the right to run. I don't think they have the right to say, we want to run as a Republican and then go govern as a Democrat. So that is the only concern. I think the party is united. The grassroots are united. The county parties are excited about this rule. We actually got a pretty good conservative legislative session. And part of that is that we have this tool now that is available to hold the Republican elected officials accountable. So we are not concerned about the party unity. That's fine, but we are concerned about lawsuits. But again, I think the party will win if it comes down to it.
And I did want to ask you before I let you go about another big topic. Of course, we are tracking everything related to this federal government shutdown. We do have the live clock that's been running on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. 8 days, 9 hours, 7 minutes, and 44 seconds. What have been some of the impacts here that we've seen in the state of Texas specifically?
For an average Texan, there isn't much. That's the truth. I mean, you can look at everyone's going to work. People are going on their ways. But the main thing you've got to ask in Texas especially is the amount of illegal immigration that took place over the 4 years. Texas was one of the states that got impacted the most. And to see the Democrats going and supporting Medicaid for illegals, it's frustrating every Texan here. Even the Democrats are not on board with it. Even though some of our Democrat members out there saying, oh, every Texan wants this, that is absolutely garbage. We are absolutely fine with government shutdown as long as we get all of our things done, and we definitely are open to have government open again, but we don't want to fund illegal immigration and the Medicaid for illegals.
All right. Abraham George, chair of the Texas Republican Party, thank you so much, as always, here. We definitely appreciate you taking the time to join us. Anything else that you want to add at all before I let you go?
Well, I do want to say, I think every party should consider something similar to Rule 44. Comes the time in our life that you got to say, okay, the Republican Party's brand and the principles and the values supposed to mean something. And if the elected officials are not holding up their end of the bargain, then the party should be able to stand for the grassroots and say, hey, you're not acting like a Republican. So I am excited for Texas Republican Party, and I know some other states are considering something similar to it. So I'm glad to see it.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here. We definitely appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And I do want to remind you here, a programming note, that we are going to have Representative Lisa McClain, of course, the chair of the House Republican Party, joining us here just about 20 minutes from now to discuss everything about the shutdown. She will also talk about the National Guard troops being deployed there to Illinois, California, Portland, Oregon, a lot of different topics that we will cover. Also, the situation with the peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Again, that is set 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I do want to take you out right now to this live look that we do have. This is an event that we're tracking from the air with the help of Skyfox over with our Philadelphia station as a parade of ships is going down the Delaware River, marking the 250th anniversary of the founding of the U.S. Navy and the Marine Corps. Now, these vessels are taking part in this, and we do have this live aerial look. Now, you can't really hear anything because it's from an aircraft, so all you can really hear is the background noise there. But did want to bring you some of these beautiful live images as all of this is officially underway. We'll bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox as this goes here for several hours. Again, they are celebrating the 250th anniversary of the founding of the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. We'll be right back after this quick 2-minute commercial break with a lot more live coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:12 on the East Coast and 6:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be with you for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Right now, I do want to head to the latest here on the government shutdown as we take a live look over the White House in D.C. We've had that clock that's been running on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. It will pop back up in just a bit, but it is now day 9 of the federal government shutdown, and really there's no end in sight at this point. 8 days, 9 hours, 13 minutes, and 54 seconds. Chad Pergram with Fox News has been joining us quite a bit over the past several days and filed this report with the latest information on what happens next.
You're a complete and total embarrassment right now.
Oh, this is absurd.
This is the longest time the House
Do you want me to answer the question? If you ask the question,
you're not actually answering the question.
Multiple rounds of verbal brawls in the halls between members and congressional leaders.
You're not going to talk to me and talk over
non-New
me
York residents
because you don't want to
paid.
hear what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
So why don't
Go
you
ahead.
just keep your mouth shut?
The side scrapping over health care.
Even it's so
Do you
much.
understand that?
And who's to blame for the shutdown?
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. Let me finish. Wait, let me answer the question if you're going to ask it.
Federal workers exasperated at the skirmishing.
Right now, many families are paying the price for political gridlocks that they didn't cause.
While the shutdown is the main event, the undercard is a fight over House Speaker Mike Johnson refusing to swear in Democratic Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva more than 2 weeks after she won a special election.
I can't hire staff. We don't have an office, so it's very much second-class citizen feeling for me.
Democrats tried to get the House to swear in Grijalva today.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned.
Once in office, Grijalva would provide the crucial 218th signature on a plan to force the House to release the Epstein documents.
Get your people in and stop covering up for the pedophiles.
Nobody's covering up for pedophiles, so knock it the hell off.
Johnson denies the holdup is about Epstein.
We'll schedule it, I guess, as soon as she wants. It has nothing to do with it.
But Grijalva wrote to the Speaker demanding she be sworn in right now. Johnson swore in 2 Republicans, Randy Fine and Jimmy Patronis of Florida, 1 day after they won special elections in April. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, of course, thank you so much for that report there. He's been joining us here over the past several days to break down everything related to the shutdown. Also want to remind you that coming up here in just about 15 minutes, we will be joined by Lisa McClain. She is, of course, the chair of the Republican Party to break down everything on the shutdown. And House Speaker Mike Johnson expected to speak around 10 a.m. Eastern time. We'll bring you that, as well as Hakeem Jeffries with the Democrat Party, who's been speaking on a daily basis as well. Right now, I do want to head to another big story that we have been tracking. Take a live look here over Gaza, one of the many live images that we do have. I do want to bring in Steve Harrigan over at Fox News, joining us here with the latest. And Steve, what is the latest information here on this deal? What we know and really what we don't know yet?
Well, we expect in about 1 hour's time there to be a cabinet meeting in Israel, and the cabinet is likely to sign off on this Trump peace plan. After that, things will start to move. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, will begin to withdraw over the next 24-hour period during a ceasefire. And then the clock starts. There'll be a 72-hour period, and during that time, Israel expects Hamas to return all 48 hostages, living and dead. So things are really moving at a very quick pace. The news broke Israeli time about 3 o'clock in the morning because expectations were so high here for several days that something good could be happening. A lot of people stayed up all night to watch the news, and when it did break, they came out, they began to gather in the streets and to celebrate, something, you know, we haven't seen for quite a while in Israel.
Yeah, and a lot of the families that we've spoken to, they're remaining cautiously optimistic is how they've worded it, because there's no guarantee just yet. Right now, the deal has been signed by both sides, but it's important to note we're talking about Hamas, which is a terror group, and they have gone back on some of the deals here in the past. One thing I was going to ask you about overall here is the trip from President Donald Trump. He's expected to address the Knesset, I believe it's on Sunday, with the hostages released on Monday. Do we know a lot about this timeline itself moving forward?
We do know he has been invited to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and he has said that he expects all the hostages to be released by Monday. Now, that would be in accordance with the timeline that Israeli officials have given. It could be a challenge, at least for some of the hostages who were killed, who died in captivity. Finding them, recovering those bodies, getting the remains to the families might take some time. So that's going to be tough to fit in that 72-hour window.
And Steve, before I let you go, what do we need to be watching for as the next hours do progress here? A fragile ceasefire deal, so we're tracking it, of course, from each and every angle as each minute passes.
So far, not a lot of hands raised in objection, not on the Israeli political front, not in the Arab world. You know, it's scary to say, but things appear to be going smoothly, and I think a lot of people have sky-high expectations. They have a great deal of hope, but as one man told me here, it doesn't happen until it happens. So waiting for that sense not only of joy, but relief, too, after a 2-year ordeal.
Yeah, cautiously optimistic is what many folks have been saying. Steve Harrigan there at Fox News. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break it down. We appreciate it. And it is now 9:19 on the East Coast and 6:19 on the West Coast. You have to sneak away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more live coverage coming up in a matter of moments. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over the Israel-Gaza border as we continue to cover everything related to the ceasefire deal. As we know that President Trump is expected to now travel this weekend over to the Middle East and says those hostages are expected to be released on Monday. All of this in flux, so we're keeping you updated as we can. I do want to bring in Udi Goren. Cousin Tal Jaime was killed on October 7th, and body remains there in Gaza. And I want to get some perspective here. Udi, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and share your story and the story of so many families out there.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
Of course. And can you start by telling me about your cousin there and your understanding of what happened on October 7th, 2023?
Tal was a part of the emergency squad of his kibbutz. He went out that morning to patrol as soon as they've heard that there were terrorists trying to get into the kibbutz. Eventually, he made it all the way to the front gate of the kibbutz where the terrorists were. And he fought them. You know, an emergency squad is a group of civilians that are trained and armed, but they're supposed to kind of hold the fort until the security forces arrive. And as we know, that morning, unfortunately, they didn't. And he and his emergency squad partner, Lior, they fought, the two of them, with M16s and 2 clips each. They fought 15 terrorists armed to the teeth, and eventually were both killed and taken to Gaza. And but they are a part of the reason that their kibbutz wasn't hit as bad as it could have been.
Tell me what was going through your mind as you heard just hours ago President Trump make that announcement that both sides had agreed, Israel, Hamas, they agreed to phase 1 of this deal and hostages would be released as part of it.
First of all, I thought, oh my God, he made it. He made it happen. He said he would, and he made it happen. And, we've been through this terrible roller coaster for 2 years, and there have been so many disappointments that it seemed almost unreachable. And the first thing was, gratitude and a short sigh of relief. This has been the moment we've been waiting for. And now, there's still this doubt because you've just reported that Hamas says it's going to be a while until they find all the murdered hostages. My cousin is a murdered hostage. Are they going to find him? How long is it going to take? Is our government, is the Israeli government, is Hamas going to collaborate? Is the Israeli government going to put their foot down, making sure that they do deliver all the hostages without skipping any of them? So these are real concerns that go through our minds.
When you look at the situation here, the timeline, what question or questions do you still have about the situation that's unfolding?
I think there are two questions aside from what I've just said. So what's going to happen when Hamas says we can't find the hostages? Or what is Israel going to do? What are the mediators going to do? How much power and energy and resources are we going to put into that to make sure that they're all back? That's the number one thing. And the other thing is, how are we going to manage this? Meaning, if they say they can't find someone, are we breaking down the deal? I hope not. We need this deal to go through. We need this deal to go through all the way. The Gazans need this deal to go all the way. There has been so much suffering in our region on both sides of the fence, and enough is enough. We need this deal to happen. And the last thing is, what happens after all the hostages come back? And then, Trump has detailed a long-term plan. A lot of things need to happen in order to turn things around for this region, in order to have not just a ceasefire until the next war, to actually start building up towards the end of the violence, to end the conflict, maybe someday even peace. And that is going to take a lot of political power and a lot of political will and a lot of help from our friends.
My last question for you here. What message do you want to get across to people who are watching right now?
It doesn't matter on whose side you are. It doesn't matter if you support Palestinians. It doesn't matter if you support Israelis. It doesn't matter even if you support America. You should be backing up this deal because this is what's best for everybody involved. It ends the war. It stops the suffering of Palestinians. It ends the war. It stops soldiers from dying, Israeli soldiers. It brings the hostages back home. It actually ends the war, and it brings stability to the region. This means this is good news for American taxpayers. This is actually good news for everybody who sees the potential in regional collaboration in the Middle East, and what does it entail for the U.S. So it really doesn't matter who you support. You need to support this deal however way you can.
Udi Goren, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and to share the story that so many people, so many families have been going through here over the last 2 years and continue to go through. Thank you again for being here with us.
Thank you, Josh.
And you are taking a live look here over in Gaza as we continue to cover everything related to this. Now, I did mention that President Trump is expected to travel over to the Middle East, and he has been invited to speak before the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, on Sunday. He is also saying that the hostages are expected to be released on Monday. Now, again, important to note here, everything is in flux. All of this developing here in real time. We will make sure to keep you updated on all of that as we get that information right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break right now, 9:28 on the East Coast and 6:28 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:30 on the dot over on the East Coast and 6:30 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you for the next 30 minutes or so to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and the world. Right now, you are taking a live look over the Capitol there in D.C. as we continue to cover everything related to the government shutdown. A lot of topics that I do want to cover here, so let's bring in Congresswoman Lisa McClain. She represents Michigan's 9th Congressional District, and she's the chair of the House Republicans. You see her speaking during those news conferences that we've been taking near daily here. Congresswoman, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, the big question that a lot of people have, do you see any end in sight as we are in day 9 of the government shutdown?
You know, I'm usually an optimist by nature, but I think we're going to be here for a little while. And it's unfortunate that the Democrats won't come to the table and vote yes on a CR to pay our troops, to make sure that WIC continues, to pay our air traffic controllers. I mean, this was a clean CR that they voted on 13 times at the funding levels in which they put into place. So them taking the American people hostage is just, it's insulting, quite frankly, and it's very, very frustrating. So I hope they come to their senses, but hope's not a real good strategy right now.
And I wanted to ask you, because of course this is kind of in the hands of the Senate right now, how exactly are House Republicans working with Senate Republicans as all of this is going on?
Yeah, I think everybody is trying to urge their Senate Republicans or Senate Democrats, excuse me, to do the right thing, right? I mean, the problem with the Democratic Party right now, and the problem that's happening in the Senate, is Chuck Schumer and the normal senators are really being held hostage by their radical left base. I mean, the radical left Marxist arm of the Democratic Party right now is running the Democratic Party. I find it very difficult to believe that people, Democratic senators who have voted over and over and over and over again for continuing resolutions, that we have them on tape that's running in the Speaker's office on how devastating a shutdown would be, really believe that this is in the American people's best interest. But quite frankly, they're scared to death to get primaried by the radical left. So they're pandering to them instead of the people that they represent, which is hardworking Americans. And it's sad.
And tell me what it is that Republicans are kind of prioritizing here. What is the red line that Republicans are not willing to give up?
Well, we really don't have a red line. I mean, the key is when we did our continuing resolution, it was clean. It's 24 pages long. There's no gimmicks. Usually the party in power in a continuing resolution adds a bunch of policy riders or pet partisan projects in the CR. We didn't do that. We played no games, no gimmicks, no added policy riders, just an absolute cut and paste funding level from what we've been operating under. And the Democrats said no. And it's extremely unfortunate for the American people, and the American people are the people that are going to suffer.
What impacts are you hearing about from your constituents there in Michigan? Because we know that there have been nationwide impacts, especially with air travel, there's paychecks, things of that nature. So what are you hearing from your constituents specifically?
A lot of it is from our troops. Right? We have till the 13th to be able to pay our troops. I know they're paid on the 15th, but the 13th is the last day. I mean, these are families who live paycheck to paycheck, a lot of them. And yeah, they'll get back pay, but they're not going to get a paycheck. That is very concerning for them. People who depend on the WIC program, they are very, very concerned because they could potentially lose those benefits. That's really important. That's food on the table for their families that they potentially are going to lose. You know, so I would implore the Senate, do the right thing and vote yes like you voted 13 other times. Don't let Trump derangement syndrome get in your head and kill the American people. These are the funding levels you put in place. So the impacts are real, and they're devastating for a lot of families.
And there are a few other big topics that I do want to talk to you about. One of them, the National Guard, those troops being deployed to places like Portland and Chicago. Why do you feel that that is a necessary step?
Well, one, we have to protect the ICE agents. I mean, ICE agents are federal employees, and they're getting shot at because the local law enforcement and the local politics in these sanctuary cities, Democratic-run cities, aren't protecting our ICE agents, right? What I would prefer to see is these cities follow the law, right? That they support and fund these law enforcement agents. And they're not doing that. I mean, crime in these Democratic-run cities are out of control. I would much prefer them say, hey, we have a problem and we can't fix it ourselves, so could you help? Much like they did in Washington, D.C., right? I live in Washington, D.C. My daughter, more importantly, lives in Washington, D.C. Before Trump put the National Guard in, she never rode the Metro. She rides the Metro now. There is no denying that since the National Guard has been in D.C., that crime has gone down. I mean, it's sickening that we even have to talk and that we celebrate. Before the National Guard in D.C., there was a murder every other day. Every other day. And now we're celebrating, gee, we've gone 11 days without a murder in Washington, D.C. Think of what we're celebrating. I mean, we got to do better for the American people. So I wish that wasn't the case, but listen to what we're talking about on a lot of these Democrat, lawless cities right now, Democratic-run lawless cities. It's just sad.
And my last question here, I want to get one more in because I know you do have a very busy day ahead of you here, day 9 of the government shutdown. What do you make of President Trump, his announcement there of the Hamas-Israel deal that's been made? All of the hostages there are being released. What is your reaction?
It's joy, it's happiness, it's a plethora of emotions. I mean, can you imagine being the family of these hostages and know that your loved ones are coming home finally? And what I tell everybody is Joe Biden's weakness got us into this mess. President Trump's strength got us out. And not just the war in Hamas, but throughout the Middle East. Look how he brought all of these countries together. Look how he brought the world together for peace in the Middle East. That could not have happened under any other president except for our president, Donald Trump. And we should applaud him for that.
Congresswoman Lisa McClain, chair of the House GOP, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you.
We covered a lot of topics. Anything else you want to add here before I let you go?
You know, I just implore the Democratic senators to please not pander to the radical arm of their party. Do the right thing for the American people and open up the government.
All right. Thank you again for being here with us.
All right.
And of course, don't forget, around 10 a.m. Eastern time, so just about 20 minutes or so, we should have House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking. He's going to hold his daily briefing alongside other Republican leaders. We'll bring that to you in full. And also, as we likely get Hakeem Jeffries later today, we'll have that for you as well. We make sure to show both sides here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 9:39 on the East Coast and 6:39 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:41 on the East Coast and 6:41 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events. We do have a live event that I want to dip into right now out of New York City, as Zoran Mamdani, who is leading in the polls to be the next mayor of New York City, is speaking in a panel discussion here. Let's lift up the audio and listen into that.
The PD and particularly morale, seeing we want to retain officers. You've said you want to keep the levels the same. But would you be different than he was, and how would you approach it?
The retention crisis is one that's often overlooked. The political discourse often has to do with how many police officers you will hire, not how will you keep the officers you have. When I started running, the department was losing about 200 officers every month. Now it's closer to 350. And one of the things I've appreciated over the course of this campaign are the conversations I've had with rank and file officers. And it's in those conversations that I've also come to understand a number of the details that are often elided over. One example of it, I'm someone who's been critical of a ballooning amount of police overtime. I've spoken of overtime with a broad brush, and yet in those conversations that I've had with officers, coming to understand the difference between overtime that an officer would like, there are many officers who'd like additional overtime, versus forced overtime, that which is imposed upon an officer. And learning more and more about forced overtime and the fact that for many officers it's a leading cause of why they leave the department. Because they might have 2 or 3 days off. A few weeks from now, they've planned something with their family, and then at the last minute they're told, you can have day 1, you can have day 3, but day 2 you're coming back. And obviously they can't go on that trip. And obviously their quality of life suffers. Their life outside of the job suffers. And hearing that, to me, has also been an important realization as to what are the things that we can do that would make not only it easier for police officers to do their job, but to make it a job that's possible to actually do. And I think that's a key part of morale. Because for all of the conversation that happens within a mayoral primary or general election, we often lose sight of the differences in what actually determines whether a day is easier or harder for a police officer. And one of the guiding lights in our proposal to create a Department of Community Safety is to take these responsibilities that have ballooned as additional police responsibilities and move them out of the department. And what I mean by that is the mental health crisis. The last 10 years, 911 calls have increased by 37%. Now on an annual basis, the police receive 200,000 mental health calls. That makes it so much harder for them to do their job. That cannot be disentangled from us still having a clearance rate of less than 50% or a response time that's getting closer to 16 minutes. And yet, for too long, we've allowed this kind of New York exceptionalism in our politics to sustain. And what I mean by that is there's a tendency in our politics that says, you know, things might work elsewhere, but we're New York. It's different here. And what is, on the face of it, a celebration of what makes us special has in fact become a justification for complacency, for allowing things to continue as they are. In Oregon, there's a police department that moved 911 calls out of the police department. It was 24,000 calls. They were able to respond to, of those 24,000 mental health calls, all but 311 without police assistance, and the police were then able to focus on serious crimes.
You mentioned retention in the PD. There's obviously one person above all who we're thinking about, see if she can be retained. You've mentioned that you're open to that. I guess I'd ask, what would prevent that from being a reality from your side? Let's leave her side aside, from your side.
First, I'll say why I'm open to it. I've very much appreciated Commissioner Tisch's swift and decisive action that she took upon becoming the commissioner to uproot corruption from the upper echelons of the NYPD. And I've spoken often about how we should assess everything on the basis of outcomes, on the basis of results. And I do not think one can disagree with the fact that the commissioner has presided over a drop in crime across many of the major categories that we've seen in this city. Those are things that I think that have to be truly both appreciated and recognized. And I would say that in thinking about any personnel, I'm also looking to ensure that there is not only a working relationship with whomever we're considering that we develop, but an alignment with the larger goals of what it looks like to deliver for this city. And that's something I would apply to any one of the positions that we're thinking about. But the reason that I continue to actively consider Commissioner Tisch is a recognition of the results that she has brought about.
Thank you for that. We want to put our good 2 cents in on that if we can.
Noted.
You mentioned the president called you a communist?
Yes.
And as did the woman on the street. But talk to us about democratic socialism. Like, what does it mean to you? And is that how long has that animated you for, and has that evolved for you over time?
Well, it's very silent for this question, though. I think when Bernie Sanders ran for president in 2016, that was the moment when I started to understand a language of democratic socialism and a way in which to describe the politics that I held that I had previously thought were disparate things, and in being able to cohere them within a set of beliefs around dignity, the innate importance of dignity. And I think there are a few ways to describe what this means to me. The first is I think of what Dr. King said decades ago. Call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. That speaks to, amidst immense wealth, continued poverty. In this very city, 1 in 4 New Yorkers living in poverty. What it also means to me is that that which is necessary to live a dignified life, that city government is responsible to ensure that every New Yorker has that. Necessary, not what they would like, not what they would want. And I think there's a general common sense on many of these things. We believe that K through 12 education is necessary, and so we ensure that no one is priced out of it. They can go to a public school. And yet, for some reason, we don't take that approach to childcare. The years prior to that moment, where we are saying that a working family can be priced out of that if they don't have $22,500 to pay a year. I spoke to a city worker on the bus just yesterday as we were on the M57, slowest bus in New York City, 4.9 miles an hour. And as we crawled on that bus, she told me of how she had 2 children, and the only way she could afford to live in the city was because her 86-year-old grandmother was taking care of them. And that she didn't know what to do when her grandmother didn't feel well. She didn't know what to do when her grandmother had to go to the doctor. The only option she had was to take sick from work. And I think that these examples, even public transit, is something that New Yorkers believe in. But $2.90, soon to be $3 on January 4th, is something that's out of reach for 1 in 5 New Yorkers. So the belief that we must make buses fast and free is to live up to the idea that already animates that principle, but has started to have a larger and larger chasm between the intention of it and how New Yorkers are actually able to access it. So these are the ways that define what democratic socialism means to me. It's that dignity, it's that necessity, and it's ensuring that a New Yorker is not priced out of that which they need to live that dignified life. Have you talked about democratic socialism at Abney before?
I'll state it a little different. Yes. This is the moment I say Bill de Blasio came here. I remember this really well, and on the early things he said to Abney was he used the words "you people," and I was like, ooh, that hurt. Not, by the way, not because, welcome to believe it, because I think you can't kick somebody towards you, to be quite honest. And I think in Abney, we have a really strong feeling that the future of the city depends on that your kids and their kids, that they can live near you, or in the next town, or the next neighborhood over, or the next neighborhood. Like if you can't afford to live anywhere near your family, ultimately the communities start to break apart, cities start to break apart. And so we're very much in favor of affordability. We might not have framed it always as socialism, but I think, you know, we would, if you're mayor, we would love to see progress on it, because I think the city doesn't work if no one can afford to live here.
And I think that was the intention of my remarks, is to say that this is a shared goal, a shared purpose, and a shared city. And not only is there an opportunity to work together, but also there's a necessity if we actually want to achieve this. And I think we can just find so many examples in our city's recent history where it's been the fruition of that partnership that has delivered on some of the most ambitious goals. And I really am looking forward to that.
Thank you. I want to ask a slightly different question. We saw the news last night of the ceasefire and hostage deal, and we're hopeful. I want to ask a very local question in this regard. Let me start by saying I go to Lab Shul, which is the synagogue I went to Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. I want to thank you for being there on Yom Kippur. You did a much better job of enjoying it than my 3 children, who were like, "Mom's not Jewish. What the hell are we doing here?" But look, I want to ask, what would you say to Jewish New Yorkers who are fearful in the rise of anti-Semitism that you don't make enough space for the pain and trauma in our community, and that your words matter a lot when it comes to anti-Semitism?
You know, one of the things I've most appreciated are the conversations that I've been having with Jewish elected officials, Jewish leaders, rabbis across the 5 boroughs. And in those conversations, first understanding the ways in which people are feeling this rise in anti-Semitism. It is a varied set of ways. You know, I heard from a Jewish man in Williamsburg, this is during the primary, who told me that for decades he left his door open, and now he doesn't, out of fear. I heard from a parent of a young Jewish child who was singing a folk song to their child as they were pushing the stroller along, and then they were being yelled at by virtue of being Jewish. And the importance of not only making clear that anti-Semitism has no place in this city, in this state, in this country, in this world, but also the commitments of how we will actually root it out. And to me, those commitments have to take a wide variety of ways. It means increasing funding for hate crime prevention programming by 800%. It means ensuring that Jewish New Yorkers can have continued and increased police protection outside of synagogues and temples, especially during the high holy days. I had a rabbi reach out to me after the horrific anti-Semitic attack in Manchester, saying that he was fearful for his congregation. Could I help in providing some additional support? And that's a phone call that I made, but it's also a reflection of the fact that we can no longer leave it to if you know an elected official who can then make a phone call. This has to be something that is within reach for each and every one of those synagogues and temples. And when I was having a meeting with a number of rabbis, one of the questions was, will you help us in providing city funding for additional security within these sites? Because right now we're having to bear the burden of this. And then I also think it's a reflection and recognition from myself that I am the only person who knows everything that I have ever said. And that means that whenever I speak, it's important for me to say everything, as opposed to think that someone can keep track of it all. And when I say the word everything, I also think of the ways in which the shared humanity intertwines all of us. And the hostage families themselves said everyone for everyone. The universality of this. And you know, on that same M57 where I was riding to go meet Congressman Nadler to talk about fast and free buses, after I spoke to the city worker, just next to her was a Jewish woman, a speech therapist, who started to talk to me and said, you know, my daughter phone bakes for you from Washington, D.C. I said, that's great. And she said, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure where I am on this race. I said, please tell me more. She said, I'm worried. I'm worried about what the future will look like, and I just want to know whether you see me in that future. And I think this is oftentimes the question is phrased as, will you protect Jewish New Yorkers? Absolutely. But it has to be more than protection. It has to be a cherishing, a celebration. It has to be a recognition of the ways in which you cannot have this city if you do not have the Jewish community of this city. Those are two one and the same. And she told me of how she was trying to sell an apartment, and the real estate broker told her to take off, in her words, some Jewish books from the shelf. And how unacceptable that is in this city, to be made to feel as if you cannot be the fullest version of yourself. And my responsibility is to reflect that, to recognize that, and also to build a team around myself where we're not looking for a litmus test that we feel the same way as we do on every single issue, and that includes Israel and Palestine. Because there may be a Jewish New Yorker who will not see themselves in me because of a disagreement that we have on that question. And yet I also want to make sure that they still see themselves in the city, and they will see themselves in city officials around the city. Because what I'm not looking to do is remake the city in my image. I'm looking to remake the city and City Hall in the image of New Yorkers who are being priced out of it today.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We have a pretty firm belief in Abney is that nobody moved to New York to hate people who are different than them. There are a lot of places you could go and not be.
Do that elsewhere.
Right.
I'm here.
I've got a, I want to ask you about, like, you have this wonderful style of engaging with people. Should you be mayor, that is a more isolating experience. You are better protected, you get a nice house, but it's you know, it's less, you know, you're less able to make the halal inflation video just because you're eating at all the stands. How do you think about that?
It's tough. It's tough in that which came as second nature is now something that I have to negotiate. You know, if I get on the bike, I have to make sure that my incredible detail is also able to get on the bike and the gun doesn't fall out the holster. I didn't have to worry about that before. But you have to take the time to ensure that you're also living life in the city like New Yorkers do. And that's why, for me, a critical part of it is even just in the most basic thing of how will I get to City Hall? Some days I'll be with the detail in the car with the tinted windows. Some days I'll be taking the train. Some days I'll be taking a city bike. Some days I'll be waiting for a bus that may never come. And it's,
but we'll be free.
Well, no. When I'm mayor, it's going to be both. No use to have a free bus if it's still a slow bus. And it's important to have those experiences because without them, you lose sight of what people are going through. But you have to negotiate them. You have to add more time into the calendar for them. You have to be intentional about them as opposed to just hoping that they will come. Because the way you move through the world is also the way that you start to see the world. And I never want to become a politician who is so convinced of my own reality that when it contradicts that of the reality of New Yorkers, I start to tell them, well, you're wrong. You should see how life actually is. It has to be the other way. I have to be listening. I have to be seeing. And I have to actually be moving through the city like New Yorkers do.
Political life has like a rhythm to it. As part of the rhythm, there is the, I'm going to be careful how I say this, there was the once funny, but not so maybe funny at the moment inner circle, which happens. And have you been before?
I haven't been.
Should you be mayor, you'll be invited. I just want to ask, would you consider bringing back your rap career as Mr. Cartman as an effort to save the inner circle from it's not exactly being funny? Will you rap again for politics?
You know, it is, you know, when you speak to a Muslim and you ask them something, and they say, inshallah, you have no idea if they mean yes or no. Just means, you know, hopefully. So I'll leave you with that answer.
So since we're approaching time, I want to ask you one final question. Should you become mayor, what is the thing that you would most want to look back on and define your success? What would the thing would make, like, I had a meaningful life in this role?
I think that New Yorkers actually see themselves in their democracy. And I don't mean that in just the question of representation, but I mean that they see their struggles. They see their needs. They see their hopes, their fears. So much of this campaign has been about trying to break out of the bubble of New York City politics and into the world of New York City itself. You know, if you go to a consultant when you want to run a race, they'll tell you, here are the triple prime voters. This is where you should focus. It's not worth your time to go beyond that. And our goal was, how do we actually speak to New Yorkers? And for all of the different opponents I've had over the course of these, you know, the primary and the general, I think the greatest opponent might be the diminishing faith in politics. Because that's who I'm arguing with. That's what I'm arguing with when I'm at the door, when I'm talking to a New Yorker. It's not necessarily Andrew Cuomo or Donald Trump. It is, why should I even care? And maybe that's because they've been let down before. Maybe it's because they've never even believed in the first place. And what I would want to leave behind is a city where New Yorkers see their lives in that democracy. And I think the clearest way to do that is to actually fulfill this affordability agenda.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It does look like this event is now concluded, as we can see New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani standing up, the audience there applauding him as he is taking part in a panel discussion talking about the policies that he would put into place if he were to be elected mayor. And we have been hearing from the other candidates there as well. Not today, but across the past number of days, as we are just a few weeks away from the election right there. All right, I did also want to share this live look with you. This is where we are anticipating House Speaker Mike Johnson to take to the podium any minute now, as he is going to be talking about the government shutdown. Typically, this does start on time or very shortly, and it is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. right here. So we did want to just stand on this shot for just a little bit, as we are anticipating House Speaker Mike Johnson to take to the podium to talk about the government shutdown. And there is a live clock there on the lower right-hand side of your screen, as we are now entering day 9. We are 8 days, 10 hours, and just about 4 minutes into this federal government shutdown. My colleague Josh Breslow was speaking with Representative Lisa McClain about the government shutdown just a short time ago. She also might be appearing here alongside House Speaker Mike Johnson as well. So we are going to just stay on this live look right here, as we are anticipating this to get underway. And unfortunately, it does seem like there is no end in sight, as we continue to hear from both sides about the government shutdown right here. The Democrats continuing to say that their sticking point is the healthcare system. So we are taking a live look right here, and as the federal government shutdown continues, there are more areas impacted. So we are just going to keep this on the screen. However, I did want to go back to the live event in New York City where Mamdani was speaking, because it does look like the camera might be speaking with a number of other individuals. So let's just head back to that as we do await House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Well, no, I think that, as you see.
All right. So as soon as we did that, we do see that Representative Lisa McClain and other House GOP leaders are now standing right here. So we are anticipating House Speaker Mike Johnson to be the very first person to speak. Let's raise the audio so we can listen in.
We thought we were chasing you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just way too fast.
Well, good morning and welcome to day 9 of the Democrat shutdown. We give you a daily update here to just talk about what's happening and where we see things headed. Joined here by our leadership team and, of course, Chairman Mike Bost, who will talk with you about the pain that's being inflicted on veterans in particular. He runs that committee. I just want to summarize everything this morning, as I've been doing on some interviews earlier today. This morning, Americans are watching a remarkable split screen. Two things happening simultaneously, and there's a rather stunning contrast between the two. On one screen, you see President Trump and Republicans delivering for the American people. You see President Trump and Republicans cutting taxes for hardworking American families. You see us ending the border crisis, ending the crime crisis. You see us eliminating fraud, waste, and abuse in government, and now resolving violent conflicts around the world. What President Trump achieved yesterday, was announced last night, is a truly historic foreign policy achievement. I mean, it cannot be understated. We should give a whole press conference just about that. The deal that he struck between Israel and Hamas will achieve incredible results, not just for that region, but for every peace-loving people around the world, everyone around the world. He's going to bring the hostages home. 2 years they've been in captivity. They'll finally be delivered home. We're all watching the images of the celebrations in Israel and around the world by people in Gaza and in Israel, that this is coming to an end. He's going to bring the hostages home. He's going to bring peace and security back to Israel and truly lay the foundation for a lasting peace in the Middle East. This is a goal and an objective that's been stated by presidents and politicians and policymakers and people around the globe for generations. And President Trump has the strength and the vision and the resolve to do it. He's the only president who could have, as has been demonstrated. And look at the other side of the screen. So that's all going on one side of the split screen. Now look at the other. The stark contrast with the Democrats who have shut down the government. Republicans are busy working around the clock to deliver for the American people, voting over and over to open the U.S. government and laying the foundation for lasting peace and working to deliver for American troops and military families. And what do you see on the other screen? Democrats playing games with the lives and livelihoods of the people we represent. They have now voted in the Senate. The Senate Democrats.
All right. We were listening there to House Speaker Mike Johnson. Unfortunately, that live look ended abruptly. However, we do see that it's now back up and running. So let's dip back into that right now.
Better for us, his party. I don't even know how to comment on that. It's so stunning to me how callous he can be to play political games and use American citizens as the pawns in a political game. We're in day 9. The consequences of this Democrat shutdown are very real, and he can mock it and he can pretend like it gets better for him. It doesn't. It doesn't get better for the country. Right now, half our civilian federal employees are on furlough. Real, vital, critical services that American citizens in all categories rely upon are halted. And when we talk specifically about our military, right now service members, military personnel at home and abroad, as well as Border Patrol agents, TSA, air traffic controllers, they're all working without pay. I was on C-SPAN this morning on that program they do in the morning where American citizens call in. They have a Republican line, a Democrat line, an independent line. One of the callers called in and she was so upset. She's a young military mother and she has 2 special needs children, as she told her story in tears. She's so angry, and so am I, that their services are being delayed. I mentioned here at this podium last few days, I mean, I have a big military district in Louisiana's 4th District. We have Fort Polk in Barksdale Air Force Base, lots of airmen, lots of soldiers. Many are deployed right now, defending your freedom around the world. And they've left their young families at home. They live paycheck to paycheck, many of these service members. And this is not a game. Chuck Schumer thinks it is. He says, quote, every day of the shutdown gets better for us. What the heck is he talking about? All of us on this side, we're kept up at night. This is a sad situation, and we've got to get through it. Almost 3 weeks ago, just by way of quick review, the House did its job. We did the responsible thing. We passed a clean, continuing resolution, no frills, nothing to it, 24 pages, bare minimum, to keep the lights on, so that Republicans and Democrats can do their work, and get together and do this job, to deliberate and negotiate and go through the process that Congress does on everything all the time, to work on all these issues. We voted to keep critical programs funded, and that ensures federal workers get paid, that our troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol and many more get their paychecks. We had that vote almost 3 weeks ago. Virtually every Republican voted to keep the government open and to make sure those paychecks are done. The Democrats in the House, all but one, voted to close the government and, by extension, stop paying troops, stop paying TSA agents, Border Patrol, air traffic controllers, and all the rest. We've done our job, and the Democrats need to do theirs now. That ball has been sent to the other court. That is the place where it lands right now. 6 times, I remind you, they voted to shut it down. We need 5 Democrats to break ranks. We need 5 of them to wake up and come to their senses and do the right thing for the American people. How long are they going to allow this pain to be sustained? I talked with the president last night. He called me after the peace deal was done, and he and I both lament, we all do, this terrible situation that we're in. While we're working to do all these positive things for the people and even settle conflicts around the world, the Democrats are playing games. It's political theater to them. They've reduced Americans' pain to a political prop. I'll just say this briefly. I'm going to let the other leaders speak here, but just a few things that you've seen. While we're doing all this work, we're working around the clock to deliver on all these things I've just listed. Democrats are playing games. They film themselves wandering the Capitol, beating on doors and posting flyers and pretending to look for their colleagues. They hosted a live stream. Oh, it was so embarrassing. The House Democrats hosted this live stream where they ate candy and told terrible jokes to each other. They had an audience smaller than this room for the whole country. The leader of the Democrat Party is bragging about the cost that this is being borne by the American people. And just yesterday, I had 2 Democrat senators come over and stage a failed publicity stunt outside my office. I heard about it, walked out and confronted them and set them right on the truth. They came to this side of the Capitol to try to put on a little political show for their online audience, and then they walked right back over there and voted for the 6th time to keep the government shut down. Give me a break. Democrats seem to be doing everything except the one thing that Americans desperately need and deserve, and that's passing our clean CR to get the government operating again. That's all we're asking of them. Stop the political stunts. Stop the madness. Stop saying that you're enjoying inflicting pain on the American people, for goodness sakes, and pass the clean CR in the shutdown today. I'm going to turn it over first to our chairman, Chairman Mike Bost. He, as you know, works on all things regarding American veterans. He's the chairman of our committee that handles all of that. And we just wanted him to talk specifically about the costs that are being borne by our veterans because the Democrats shut down. Chairman?
Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you.
First off, I want to say thank the Speaker, and let me tell you this. I believe Secretary Collins and the administration is trying to do everything they possibly can with the money that we actually provided for them in advance for our veterans. Thank heaven we did. So the health care side and appointments and everything through our VA from that side is not in jeopardy yet. But let me tell you the areas that are and the concerns we have. In the CR that we pushed over 3 weeks ago now, we actually had extenders for certain programs that are vitally important, like the Fox Grant, which provides mental health in contracted mental health for many of our veterans who the suicides continue to happen at 17 a day. We also have things that we pushed over as far as the concerns we're dealing with continuing education. Continuing education is starting to fall by the wayside. The concerns that we have with other programs like this, there's about 7 of those programs, but those are going to start falling by the wayside. Now, one of the concerns that we're already hearing is a GI Bill. Right now, we're hearing rumors that as many as half of the people that have a GI Bill, they're not receiving GI Bill payments to their universities, and therefore, when they get on the line to try to call to make sure that their education will continue and it'll be paid for, to try to straighten it out, there's no one there to answer the phones. That is a concern. Day to day, our veterans are trying to make ends meet. Day to day, they're trying to hold on to their benefits. And day to day, they keep hearing these concerns, and they're going to continue to get worse. As a veteran, and as someone who tries to provide for them, the fear that I have for them is as this goes on, it will only get worse. It's not a game. It affects real people's lives. Another program that's out there that is concerning is those that might be needing home health care. Those are private providers. Now, like I said, Secretary Collins is trying to shift things around, but the authorization language expired on the 1st of October. Folks, this is not a game. It's very, very serious. And let me tell you this as well. As I watch us coming up on the deadline on the 15th, that the first time that our not only our veterans in dealing with this, but our military personnel, our young enlisted that may have spouses and children that are making it payday to payday, are all of a sudden trying to figure out, I'm living payday to payday, but I'm going to get no pay due. Let me tell you, that's personal to me. That's who I was. When I joined the United States Marine Corps, I was 18 years old and turned 19 in boot camp, got married out of boot camp, had a child, and for a short period of time, it was during the Carter administration, and we were living payday to payday. And when you saw no pay due, not everybody's got a parent that they can call. And you don't have a credit rating where you can actually call a banker. And you know what? Rents still due. Food's still got to be put on the table. And for someone to say, hey, you know what, it's getting better for us every day, it's not getting better for them every day. And they are the people that are standing on the front line to keep this freedom of this nation in place. We are going to continue to do our job. We did our job. We sent it to the Senate. All of these things that I talked about were in that continuing resolution. And we made sure from our part at the VA committee that they were. It is time that the Democrats quit playing games with those people who they claim that they're all for, our veterans and those who serve this nation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it just shows you the real cost of a government shutdown that Chuck Schumer's imposed on the country. We hear over and over these stories, and we're hearing more of them every day now that we're in the 8th day of this shutdown. The pain that is being inflicted on real people. I did a town hall meeting last night. We had thousands of people on the call, and a number of people talked about the problems they're experiencing. Seniors that want to make sure their Social Security checks are going to be delivered. Obviously, families of military personnel, we know those stories. We hear those stories. And what does Chuck Schumer say? You know, I read you the quote yesterday of a senator just a few days ago who said, quote, "The point of this shutdown is not just suffering for suffering's sake, but to make a point." That was a different senator. And then yesterday, Chuck Schumer, of course, says, quote, "Every day this gets better for us." And so you've got to ask yourself, if you're Chuck Schumer, and a good day for you is defined by how much suffering you can impose on other people, including our men and women in uniform, maybe you need to look in the mirror and check yourself at the door and wonder what it is you're up here trying to accomplish. Is that really why Chuck Schumer ran for office? To inflict pain on other people so that he can have a good day, a better day for himself. When that is your measuring stick for a good day, is how much pain you're inflicting on other American families, you have lost your way. And yet they vote over and over again to keep the government shut down. While trying to talk about other issues, we can be talking about those other issues without inflicting pain on people. We can be debating our differences, as President Trump said he wants to do, by opening the government back up again. And by the way, once we get the government back open again, if Democrats ever come to their senses, we still have a lot of differences to resolve. Those differences don't just get resolved tomorrow. November 21st gets closer every single day, too. And then they're going to try to hold the American people hostage again on that deadline for some other unrelated issue, so that they can inflict more pain on the American people. But don't worry, Chuck Schumer will be having a good day if that pain's going to be inflicted on others. Thank goodness we have a president in the Oval Office who continues to stay focused on the job he was elected to do by the American people. And Speaker Johnson just pointed out how critically important that job President Trump is doing. You know, as we mark the 2-year anniversary of the horrible Hamas attacks on Israel, President Trump is brokering a release of all the remaining hostages so that those families can finally get closure. Hopefully, some are still alive. We know, sadly, some are not. But those families want to have that resolved. They want to see their loved ones come home. And President Trump has worked tirelessly. He said he would work tirelessly. And he continues to deliver for the American people. He continues to lead on the world stage and stand up to the bullies around the world. He continues to fight for American families who are counting on him. And then you look at what he has to fight against. He's got to fight against governors who are going to court to block the president from keeping the citizens of those states safe. You're in Chicago, Illinois. You don't care about the party affiliation of a criminal. You just want to be safe in your community, and today you're not, and President Trump is trying to make you safe. You would think your governor for one day would put aside those petty differences and say, well, gee whiz, Mr. President, finally we agree on something. But no, the Democrat Party has made a decision. Every day they wake up and they just want to fight Donald Trump. It doesn't matter what it is he wants to do. He wants to keep communities safe. They're going to fight him on it. He wants to keep the government open. They're going to fight him on it. President Trump wants to make sure our troops are paid. Chuck Schumer wants to fight him on it and talk about how good of a day it is for Chuck Schumer. When that happens, their party has lost their way. And it's not too late to come back. And so there will be other votes. Hopefully, we get 5 more Democrat senators that come to their senses and stop inflicting this pain on the American people. It's causing real harm on families. And hopefully, they stop worrying about what that measuring stick is that says they have a good day only when the American people are having a bad day. Stop inflicting pain on the American people, Chuck Schumer, and open the government up. End this madness. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
Yesterday, Senate Democrats, including the 2 senators from my home state of Minnesota, Tina Smith and Amy Klobuchar, voted for a 6th time, as the Speaker mentioned, to shut the government down or keep it shut down. 6 times. That's 6 times that Senate Democrats have voted against, as Leader Scalise was just talking about, paying our troops. 6 times that they voted against the 13,000 Minnesota National Guardsmen who are showing up to work without receiving a paycheck. 6 times that they voted against supporting federal workers, air traffic controllers, border patrol agents, and the list goes on and on. And why? Because Democrats have decided they'd rather hold the American people hostage than pass the same nonpartisan clean CR that they supported just 6 months ago and that they passed 13 times under the Biden administration. Tina Smith claims she shut the government down so that she can, quote, protect Minnesotans' health care, unquote. But Tina, if that really was the case, why do you support a $1.5 trillion spending proposal that would give health care to illegal aliens while cutting $50 billion from rural health care? Is she just not being honest? This was never about health care for the Democrats. This has been about picking a fight with President Trump so that they can try to score points with the terrorist wing of their party. It's pure politics. And nothing reveals their true motivations more than Chuck Schumer taking a victory lap, as both the Speaker and the leader have said, saying every day this gets better for us. So every day that our troops, TSA agents, and air traffic controllers work without pay is a better day than the last. That's disgusting. And every single person in this room should be holding Chuck Schumer accountable for his words. Unfortunately, Minnesota's 2 senators continue to follow Chuck Schumer off the end of the political pier with their needless shutdown. Earlier this week, our entire Minnesota Republican congressional delegation sent a letter to Senators Smith and Klobuchar urging that they please do the right and responsible thing by passing the House's nonpartisan clean CR and end the massive amount of pain that they're inflicting on Minnesotans and the American people. Our message today is still the same, and it's not going to change. All of us are united. It is enough with the games. Pass our CR. Get the government up and running again for Minnesotans. And I say this to my 2 senators, the people that elected you to do your job. Do your job. Your constituents deserve better than this. And with that, I turn it over to our conference chair.
Thank you. It's interesting. I often want to ask Chuck Schumer, who is us? Because it's definitely not the American people, right? And as the leader said, compare and contrast, the speaker said, compare and contrast the 2 split screens. So I want to start today And I want to tell you just how grateful that I am that the hostages are finally coming home and that peace in the Middle East is on the horizon. And I want to look right to you and say, thank you, President Trump, because without you as our leader, this would not have happened. It is Joe Biden, or it was Joe Biden's weakness that got us into this situation. And thank God for you, President Trump, that it is your strength that has gotten us out of this situation. And this didn't happen by accident, right? It happened because of our president's strong leadership that puts America first and peace first. So again, I applaud President Trump for securing this historic peace deal. Now, like our speaker said, let's shift gears. The impact of the government shutdown is growing by the day. Planes are being grounded, paychecks are being missed, and people are hurting. Different than Chuck Schumer, he's having a good day. The American people are hurting. And why? I'll tell you why. Because Democrats are terrified of their own radical base. They are scared to death of their radical base. And let's be honest, Schumer is scared out of his mind from AOC. Think about that. Why else would he do it? He's voted for this 13 other times before. But let me share with you, enough is enough. Democrats have voted 6 times to keep the government closed. 6 times Democrats have voted against the American people. 6 times Democrats have voted against the American people. And if they do it again, 1.3 million brave men and women in their uniform could miss their paychecks next week. Chuck Schumer, how is that a good day for them? Explain that to them. I realize it's good for you and your radical base, but explain to those service members how that's a good day for them. That's 1.3 million families wondering how they are going to pay the bills, how they're going to buy groceries, how they'll fill the gas tank. That is disgraceful. Shame on you, Chuck Schumer. Our troops aren't bargaining chips. They are heroes. And let's treat them like they deserve to be treated. So when the Democrats vote again, I ask that they think of the military families who rely on the October 15th paycheck as their only source of income. And explain to them, Chuck Schumer, how that's a good day for them. I ask that they think of the servicemen and women living paycheck to paycheck. I ask that they think of them, not of the radical base that they're trying to appease. Let's put our troops before politics. Pass the clean House bill. Open up the government and pay our troops. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I understand this is a heavy situation, this shutdown. Both parties think that they have the right goal and they're trying to strategize their way there. But why not put politics aside and the shutdown strategizing aside to pass a standalone bill to pay the military? You mentioned that military mom that was on C-SPAN this morning. Do you ever think that this is lives and not politics, and the shutdown posturing can be put aside?
I'm so glad you asked the question. We're not pursuing a political strategy. The CR is clean. It doesn't have any Republican priorities on it at all. In fact, we're extending Biden-era policies and spending. It's exactly what Chuck Schumer gave you impassioned speeches on as recently as March of this year that must be done, that you don't play games with people's lives. They're the ones playing politics, not us. I've explained this, and I'll say it again. If there was something that we could peel off of the CR, if I could take a Republican priority or policy or trick or gimmick off the CR and make it more palatable for the Democrats in the Senate to vote for, I would have already done so. But I didn't send any of that on. We sent a totally clean document over there because we're operating in good faith. What's our goal, our strategy? To keep the lights on for the people of this country so that we can have their Congress working to resolve all these issues. They're trying to make this about health care. It's not. It's about keeping Congress operating so we can get to health care. We always were going to. They're lying to you, okay? The health care issues were always going to be something discussed and deliberated and contemplated and debated in October and November. It always was. Everybody in the building knows that. It's going on right now. There are conversations that have been going on for months leading up to this. They're lying to you. They're playing political games. They're trying to pretend that a December 31 policy issue has something to do with the fiscal cliff that we faced on September 30th with a shutdown. And they're doing that out of desperation. Why? Because their policies are so unpopular. The Democrat Party is in free fall. They have no leader. They have no policy that they can present to the people. Their platform was reputed in the last election. President Trump won every swing state in the popular vote. The House Republicans had the highest popular vote in the history that's ever been recorded. Why? Because the American people rejected the woke progressive nonsense that they're all still clung to. So they don't have anything. I mentioned yesterday, they just had a poll. The Democrat Party has the lowest approval rating of any time since polling began. So what do? They're desperate. There's a rising Marxist wing in the Democrat Party. They're about to elect a mayor of New York City. Chuck Schumer's from New York. He sees a rising Marxist challenge to himself. And there's one thing that Chuck Schumer cares about more than anything else, and that is his Senate seat. The guy's been in Congress for 44 years. He doesn't know how to live life outside this building, and so he will do anything to make sure that he keeps that seat. He thinks AOC is going to challenge him or some other Marxist. I'm just telling you the plain truth, and I take no pleasure in this. I'm trying to muster every ounce of Christian charity that I can, but this is outrageous. He's playing games with the American people. Real people are being hurt, veterans and troops and everybody, people that rely on these services. God bless America. Do the right thing and open the government. Yes, yeah.
If the goal is to keep the lights on and to protect these veterans and military service members who are being hurt, why not put a standalone military pay bill on the table?
We have already voted to pay the troops. We did it 3 weeks ago. We put that bill on the floor, and the Republicans voted to pay the troops, TSA agents, Border Patrol, Air Traffic Control, and everybody else. The Democrats voted no. Go pull the record. It was 3 weeks ago. We had the vote. Only one Democrat voted with us to pay the troops. We've done it. The House has done its job. The reason the House isn't here in regular session is because they turned the lights off. We passed the bill, pay the troops, pay all these essential workers, provide services to the American people. We sent it over there clean. It's 24 pages. It's a bare bones document. It has no Republican priorities on it at all. It's exactly what they voted for before. And they decided to turn this into a political stunt. So coming back here and doing it and having a duplicative vote to do the same thing we already did would accomplish nothing, because Chuck Schumer's going to stop it in the Senate. They're playing games. He's enjoying it. He told you in his own words, every day of the shutdown gets better for us. Golly, it's despicable to me. Yes, Chet.
Yesterday, you came out and engaged Senators Diego and Kelly. You called this a photo op.
Publicity stunt. Yeah.
You called this a publicity stunt. Yesterday, Mr. Lawler went down and confronted Mr. Jeffries afterwards. I guess my question was, you as the Speaker, considering how the tensions are rising in the building, if you had the House here, everybody here, there would be fights in the halls. Are you concerned, and is it incumbent upon you as the Speaker to try to lower this temperature? When we see what happened outside your office yesterday, and you engaged with the senators, Mr. Lawler coming downstairs and engaging with Mr. Jeffries, who, you really gave it back to them. But I've not seen that type of confrontation in this building in my 30 plus.
I haven't either, Chad, and it concerns me.
I've been here longer than you.
I know you have. I know you have. Look, since I got here, January 2017, I've been working on restoring civility to the institution. The first thing I ever did in Congress was draft the commitment to civility. I was proud that 52 out of 53 members of my freshman class, as I remember, signed on to that. Republicans and Democrats. Treat one another with dignity and respect. Let's have policy disputes, but not make it personal. This gets personal. Emotions are high. People are upset. I'm upset. I'm a very patient man, but I am very angry right now because this is dangerous stuff. And so, is it better for them probably to be physically separated right now? Yeah, it probably is, frankly. I wish that weren't the case, but we do have to turn the volume down. The best way to turn the volume down is to turn the lights back on and get the government open for the people. Do the right thing. We need 5 Senate Democrats. Remember, it's math. We have to have 60 votes in the Senate to do this. Every Republican in the building is voting to open the government. The president wants to open the government. We need a few more Democrats because we only have 53 Republicans in the Senate. We got to have a handful of Democrats to join and do the right thing, and I hope they will. We'll keep you posted, wait for developments, and let's pray this ends soon. Thank you.
Is the House in session next week?
There you have it. The House Republican leaders talking about the government shutdown now entering day 9 on the right-hand side of your screen, the lower right-hand side of your screen. You can see 8 days, 10 hours, and about coming up on 37 minutes right there. And we were hearing from House Speaker Mike Johnson saying tensions are high, and he personally is very upset by the ongoing government shutdown, saying that lives are on the line. We are going to step away for a brief break right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 10:36 Eastern, 7:36 Pacific. A lot more to get to. We'll be right back.
The suburbs and exurbs in the Commonwealth and
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I did want to let you know that coming up at around 11 a.m. Eastern Time, that is when President Trump is set to hold a cabinet meeting. We don't yet have a live look inside the meeting room where he typically has these cabinet meetings, but as soon as we do so, we will bring that to you. We also want to let you know that, of course, we will be carrying that without commercial interruption once it does get underway. In the meantime, though, we are going to be headed to Philadelphia, where there is a Navy and Marine 250th anniversary celebration. Take a live look at this. This is beautiful. This is the Delaware River right here, as there are many boats along the Delaware River as part of this anniversary. There are also speakers. Let's pivot to that.
Governor Murphy for being here and representing the great state of New Jersey, and I want to thank Mayor Parker for her leadership in helping us assemble today and organize what really is the kickoff event for USA 250 as we honor today and celebrate the Navy and the Marines, and hopefully later tonight we celebrate the Phillies and the Birds. I'm very proud of the fact that here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in this city, that this is where America's Navy and Marine Corps began, established to secure the blessings of liberty for our new nation and our people. And over the last 250 years, the U.S. Navy and U.S. Marines, well, they have defended that hard-won freedom and democracy here at home and around the world. It's that legacy that General John Pippy, the Adjutant General of the Pennsylvania National Guard, an Army guy who you let in today, and I'm grateful for that he continues to uphold that together with over 18,000 of our fellow Pennsylvanians who serve our Commonwealth with honor and distinction in the Pennsylvania National Guard. And I want you to know it is a legacy that is very personal to me. Because, of course, I'm honored to be here today to commemorate this historic celebration as your governor, but I'm also honored to be here today as the son of a Navy veteran, my father, who joins us here this morning. It's very humbling to be here with him. Pop, thank you for your service. I grew up for a few years of my life on a Navy base here in the United States where my father served. And through his work and his example, he raised me to have great respect for our service members and the important mission they have to defend our freedoms at home and abroad. We celebrate their history of service today, and we salute the Pennsylvanians, the more than 700,000 Pennsylvania veterans who defend us each and every day and who have gone out and spend their lives serving others. Your history began right here in Philadelphia with the bravery of American sailors and service members and with the craftsmanship of shipbuilders who forged the tools of freedom. It's been here in the city of Philadelphia, Madam Mayor, at the Navy Yard, where we built the American fleets that have protected our freedoms around the world since 1776. And thanks to our collective work to invest in and revitalize that shipyard, it will be here in Philadelphia that we continue to build the ships and the submarines our nation needs to deal with the emerging threats and new challenges for years to come. That important work is strengthening our national security and our economy and giving opportunity to thousands of Pennsylvanians, hundreds of Philadelphia school children who will learn the trades necessary to build these ships and to secure our freedom for decades to come. So today, we remember the sailors and Marines who have bravely served our nation. We take inspiration from their memory by making sure the Navy Yard continues to play a central role in our nation's defense. This week, of course, kicks off a year of celebration and commemoration as we prepare to celebrate America's 250th birthday right here in Philadelphia. And as George said, this really is the beginning of that process. The eyes of the world are going to be on our city and our Commonwealth, and we are ready to show the world what this great country on the face of the earth. And may God bless our sailors and our Marines who we celebrate today. And may God continue to bless and watch over the members of the Pennsylvania National Guard. Thank you all very, very much.
For the blessings of the ships, Fleet Chaplain for the United States Fleet Forces, Captain Robert Christian. Please stand.
Let us pray together. Almighty God, we gather today to honor 250 years of noble service, sacrifice, and strength, a legacy forged on the sea, in the air, and beneath the waves. From the time of the original 6 frigates, you have guided the hands and hearts of those who sailed under our flag, defending freedom, preserving peace, and answering the call of duty with courage and conviction. Today, as nearly 300 ships carry our mission across the globe, we ask your continued blessing on our fleet, our sailors, and all who serve at sea. Steady their course, shield them from harm, and grant them wisdom in times of uncertainty. Bless those who stand the watch and the families who wait, and pray for their safe return home. May their sacrifice never be forgotten, and their service always honored. As we reflect on a quarter millennium of maritime strength and resolve, we give thanks for every ship, every sailor, every Marine, and every soul who has upheld the proud tradition of the United States Naval Service. O Lord of the oceans, grant fair winds and following seas to this fleet, and as we sail into the future, may we do so with courage, unity, and unwavering faith in your divine presence. I pray this in your name. Amen.
We are listening in here to the Navy and Marine Corps 250th celebration. We just heard from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, but right now we are going to step away briefly. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right before the break, we were hearing from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro at the Navy and Marine Corps 250th celebration. During the break, the photographer started to move around, and I did want to share with you what we are seeing live right here. It doesn't look like it's focused on any speaker per se, but we do see a crowd right here. I did want to just raise the audio to see what we can hear, because we are expecting to hear from more speakers coming up. But for now, this is the live look being provided to us in Philadelphia.
2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. We won't have as much ambient. All right, you good?
Take 2 minutes to get home, 2 or 3 minutes to get home.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of Vice Admiral John Doubleton, Acting Commander of U.S. Fleet Forces Command, and on behalf of all sailors, Marines, and international allies, we welcome you to the Navy and Marine Corps 250th birthday celebrations parade of ships. As you can see, we are already underway, and our ship to our left here is the USS Lassen, DDG-82, an Arleigh-Burke-class Flight 2A guided missile destroyer, homeported in Naval Station Mayport, Florida. Lassen was built by Ingalls Shipbuilding in Pascagoula, Mississippi, and commissioned on April 21st, 2001 in Tampa, Florida. Measuring more than 509 feet in length, with a beam of 66 feet, she displaces around 9,200 tons and carries a crew of about 320 officers and enlisted sailors. With a top speed exceeding 30 knots, Lassen is built for speed, power, and endurance in some of the world's most demanding maritime environments. The ship honors Commander Everett Lassen, a Medal of Honor recipient renowned for his heroism during the Vietnam War. On June 19, 1968, while piloting a rescue helicopter, Lassen braved heavy enemy fire and near-empty fuel tanks to save 2 downed aviators from deep inside hostile territory. His extraordinary courage and devotion to duty were immortalized when the Navy named this state-of-the-art destroyer in his honor, ensuring his legacy lives on in every mission she undertakes. Equipped with the Aegis combat system, USS Lassen boasts formidable capabilities. Her arsenal includes the 5-inch Mark 45 gun, vertical launch system cells for missiles such as the Tomahawk, SM-2 and ASROC, and layered defense systems like the Phalanx Sea-Wiz. She can also embark MH-60R Seahawk helicopters, extending her reach for anti-submarine warfare, reconnaissance, and multi-mission support. Throughout her service, Lassen has participated in high-profile missions that demonstrate both her strategic reach and adaptability. In October 2015, she conducted a freedom of navigation operation in the South China Sea, sailing within 12 nautical miles of China's artificial island, Subi Reef, directly challenging Beijing's expansive maritime claims. In May 2020, she shifted gears to counter-narcotics missions in the Caribbean, seizing more than 3,500 pounds of marijuana, and just days later took part in 4 separate drugs interdictions in partnership with the U.S. Coast Guard. Most recently, in 2023, she entered a major modernization program worth over $119 million at BAE Systems Florida shipyard, ensuring her continued effectiveness in future operations. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are going to have our flyover soon and conducting the Navy Marine Corps flyover today are 4 FA-18 Super Hornets from the carrier Air Wing 3. 2 Marine Corps F-35 Lightning II, and 2 Marine Corps MV-22 Ospreys. With a top speed of 28 knots, her displacement is 353 tons. She's armed with a Mark 38 Mod 2 25mm automatic gun and 4 crew-served Browning M2 machine guns. The vessel is named in honor of Lawrence O. Lawson, who served as the United States Life-Saving Service station keeper in Evanston, Illinois. Lawson led the crew of his oar-powered surf boat into the icy, stormy waters in a heroic rescue of all 18 crewmen of the freighter Palisades. Lawson and his 6 crewmen were awarded the Gold Life-Saving Medal. Our second ship in the parade today was the USS Cooperstown, LCS-23, a Freedom-class littoral combat ship built by Marinette Marine in Wisconsin. Her keel was laid on 14 August 2018 as she was launched on 19 January 2020 before being christened on 29 February that same year. Yes, she is a leap year baby. After delivery to the Navy in late 2022, she was officially commissioned on 6 May 2023 in New York City, making her one of Navy's most recent additions to the fleet. Named after Cooperstown, New York, best known as the home of the Baseball Hall of Fame, the ship's name honors the 70 Hall of Fame inductees who served in the U.S. military during conflicts including the Civil War, World War I, World War II, and the Korean War. As a littoral combat ship, Cooperstown was built for speed, agility, and flexibility in missions close to shore, though she is also capable of open water operations. Her modular design allows her to adapt for anti-submarine warfare, mine countermeasures, or surface warfare as needed. With a top speed of more than 40 knots, a displacement of roughly 3,800 tons, and advanced systems, she is a highly versatile warship. Looking to your left, the USS Billings LCS-15 is a Freedom-class littoral combat ship and the first U.S. Navy vessel to be named after Billings, the largest city in Montana. Built by Marinette Marine in Wisconsin, she was laid down in 2015, launched on July 1st, 2017, and officially commissioned in Key West, Florida on August 3rd, 2019. As part of the Navy's efforts to recognize communities across the country, the ship connects a landlocked state to America's maritime service. As a Freedom variant, Billings is designed to operate close to shore while still maintaining the ability to conduct missions in open waters. Improvements over earlier ships in her class include a lengthened stern transom, added buoyancy tanks to improve stability, and enhanced automation to reduce crew workload. Displacing about 3,500 metric tons, she combines speed, agility, and adaptability, making her a versatile platform for multiple mission profiles, including mine countermeasures, surface warfare, and anti-submarine operations. Since joining the fleet, Billings has had a varied operational history. In June 2019, while making a port visit to Cleveland, the ship sustained damage after colliding with a cargo vessel in Montreal, though she went on to commission later that summer. And by 2021, Billings was deployed to the U.S. 4th Fleet area, where she conducted counter-narcotics operations with the Joint Interagency Task Force South. That same year, her crew engaged in community outreach during a July 4th visit to Montana and partnered with the Dominican Republic Navy for exercises. In August 2021, Billings also supported humanitarian relief efforts in Haiti following their devastating earthquake, underscoring her flexibility in both combat and crisis response roles.
Hey, 21212, check, check.
And now the USS Arlington LPD-24 is a San Antonio-class amphibious transport dock designed to support the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps with expeditionary operations around the globe. Laid down in 2008 and commissioned in 2013, Arlington displaces nearly 25,000 tons and measures 684 feet in length, making her a powerful and versatile platform for transporting fleets, equipment, and aircraft. With a top speed of about 22 knots, she can carry hundreds of Marines and their gear, along with amphibious craft and helicopters, giving the Navy a flexible tool for combat, crisis response, and humanitarian missions alike. The ship's name carries deep symbolic meaning. She is the third U.S. Navy vessel named after Arlington County, Virginia, home of the Pentagon, which was struck during the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks. Steel recovered from the Pentagon is displayed aboard the ship in a dedicated tribute room, serving as a memorial to the lives lost and a constant reminder of resilience in the face of tragedy. Alongside her sister ships USS New York and USS Somerset, built with steel from the World Trade Center and Flight 93 crash sites respectively, Arlington embodies the Navy's living memorial to 9/11. Operationally, Arlington has built an impressive record. During her maiden deployment with the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit in 2015-2016, she traveled nearly 37,000 nautical miles, operating in both the 5th and 6th fleets. Along the way, she conducted exercises with allies in Europe and the Middle East, providing assistance to a disabled vessel in the Gulf of Aden, and supporting operations connected to Operation Inherent Resolve. Later missions have seen her in the Persian Gulf as a deterrent force amid rising tensions with Iran, and in the North Atlantic and Mediterranean for large-scale NATO exercises like Northern Viking and Alexander the Great. These deployments highlight her role, not just as a transport ship, but as a key contributor to global security and partnership building. Arlington has also proven herself in humanitarian roles. Following the devastating 7.2 magnitude earthquake that struck Haiti in August 2021, she was dispatched to provide relief as part of a U.S.-led mission. Her crew delivered aid, supported flight operations, and served as a logistical hub to reach hard-to-access areas, showcasing the versatility that defines the San Antonio class. Whether serving as a memorial, a warship, or a humanitarian lifeline, USS Arlington represents the Navy's ability to combine history, power, and compassion in the service of the nation.
We are watching the Navy and Marine Corps 250th celebration as you're taking a live look at the Delaware River. We are going to step away briefly, much more to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 11:07 Eastern, 8:07 Pacific. We are still waiting for a live look inside the room where President Trump will be holding a cabinet meeting. We do not have that live look just yet. That was slated tentatively to start at 11 a.m. Eastern time, but of course it has been delayed just a little bit. Let's head back to Philadelphia, where there is a celebration of the Navy and Marine Corps. Let's continue to watch and listen. It does appear that we are in between speakers. Right before the break, we were hearing someone describing what we're seeing in this live look right here, and I wanted to share this with you. This is a live look of the Delaware River, where we've been seeing a procession of various vessels, and we were hearing what exactly we were seeing. However, it does appear as though this might be in between events. This entire ceremony is slated to continue on and off until around 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. So we are going to monitor that right now and continue to listen in. But in the meantime, we do want to continue some of our major coverage right here, which is the government shutdown. And I do see that there might be some speakers of some sort. So we're just going to dip into an event on Capitol Hill so we can listen in.
For a long time, started back in 2013, 12 years ago, costing taxpayers millions of dollars to complete. I didn't want to have to overturn this RMP because I really do respect much of the work that was done, certainly the people who worked really hard to do it. And I also recognize that some Alaskans support pieces of last year's final plan and are concerned that their input could be lost if it is reopened. But the problem that we've got here, and why we're taking this resolution up today, is that the Biden administration, which was in office during the last few years of this 12-year process, really has left us with no choice here. They lost sight of the need for balanced management. They dropped any pretense of it from the final plan. So despite objections from me, from Senator Sullivan, the state of Alaska, many Alaska stakeholders, BLM kind of plowed ahead and they finalized a plan that overwhelmingly prioritizes conservation but fails to reflect the principle of multiple use that is required with our public lands and fails to honor the explicit requirements.
We are listening in here to the Senate floor as lawmakers are speaking on various issues. At this point, it doesn't look and sound like they're talking specifically about the government shutdown. We're going to continue to keep a very close eye and, of course, bring you any significant remarks once they get underway. But we also have another live event that we can dip into right here. This is New York Governor Kathy Hochul speaking out against federal funding cuts. And it does seem perhaps as though this live event has now concluded. As you can see that she is walking away. But that is what she was speaking about. And of course, we will be bringing that to you a little bit later on as we do want to continue our live coverage. So this is what we're going to do. We are just going to step away briefly. We're going to continue to monitor all of these live looks right here. And I also wanted to share this with you. If you are keeping a very close eye on Wall Street right here on this Thursday, it is 11:11 on the East Coast, 8:11 on the Pacific Coast. And right now, the stock market down about 167 points. We are expecting President Trump to hold a cabinet meeting shortly. I've been keeping a look at our email because oftentimes the White House Communication Department will send us an alert letting us know once these do get underway. However, we don't have a live look inside the office at the moment. We're going to continue our coverage. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do see that Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro now speaking at this celebration. Let's listen in.
42% across this Commonwealth. If the president really wants to help on safety, he should invest more in policing here in Pennsylvania. He should invest more in violence prevention here in Pennsylvania. He should not attempt to deploy the Guard against my wishes.
Just one follow-up on that.
Sure.
On that brief, Attorney General Sunday's name is not on there, but yours is. Did you coordinate with Attorney General Sunday's office prior to putting your name on that?
You know, we've got a very constructive working relationship with General Sunday. I have authority as governor to file an amicus brief like that, to file lawsuits as I have, as does he under the Commonwealth Attorneys Act. There's no conflict between he and I, and as for his position on this, you'd have to ask him.
We're getting into day 9 of the shutdown here. Are Pennsylvanians starting to see effects from that, or what are the big concerns you have if this continues to drag out?
Well, look, my hope is that they get back to the negotiating table in Washington. There are real effects to the fact that the federal government is shut down for our veterans, for our school kids, for our environment, for public health, public safety, for people who want to just simply hop on a flight and go visit their family. And so we have, we hope that the Republican leaders in Congress, remember, Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, they obviously control the White House, that they will reach out and work with the Democrats to get the 7 or 8 votes necessary to forge compromise and get this done.
Quickly on SEPTA, how concerned are you about that NTSB report on the regional rail trains? And I know the state just went through a protracted funding battle with SEPTA, but is there anything the state can do?
I'm very, very concerned about that, and I know SEPTA's going through the testing right now of those silver liners, and so we'll know more as they, complete that process. But look, I mean, this is why I pushed the Senate Republicans for nearly 3 months to fund SEPTA. And in the end, when they walked away from the table and said they were unwilling to fund SEPTA with new operational dollars, I had no choice but to agree to SEPTA's request to flex their capital dollars for operating costs. And now we're in a position where SEPTA needs more capital dollars to deal with the challenges with the silver liners. I can tell you that I am working closely with SEPTA to figure out a solution to this. I will not leave them hanging. I was just in Quebec 3 days ago, where I was elected chairman of the Great Lakes Commission by 8 U.S. governors and 2 premiers in 2 Canadian provinces. And one of the meetings I had up there was with a company that supplies trains like silver liners here in the United States. And so we're actively working on a number of different, opportunities here for SEPTA.
Governor, right now the state minimum wage is stuck at $7.25. I know you're trying to push it to anything higher than $7.25. Why is it still at $7.25?
Because the Senate Republicans refused to bring up a vote to raise the minimum wage. The House of Representatives has raised it, or has voted to raise it to $15 an hour. I've been calling for the minimum wage to be raised to $15 an hour, but you have the Senate is in control of the Republicans. They do not believe Pennsylvanians should make a higher wage. It is inexplicable to me. With costs rising, the fact that they don't want to put more money back in people's pockets is just wrong. And frankly, it's shameful at this point to have a minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. And the only ones to blame are the Republicans who lead the Senate.
Thank you, Governor.
1 or 2 more?
Anything else? Thank you all very, very much. Okay.
Your thoughts on the ceasefire in Gaza? I mean, your thoughts on it?
There is reason to be hopeful today, and I am so looking forward to seeing these hostages be returned home to their families and to see their opportunity to embrace and to see these families reunited. What they have had to go through has just been devastating. I'm also looking forward to seeing some real relief come to Gaza. It is critically important as these details get hammered out that Hamas no longer be in a position to govern in Gaza. They are a terrorist group. There's obviously a lot of details that needs to be worked out here since the president's announcement last night. But I am hopeful and I am optimistic, and I look forward to seeing these hostages come home very, very soon. Thank you all very much. Go ahead, John.
One last thing.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the State House passed a budget.
Yeah.
And $50.25 billion.
Yeah.
Now, I guess the ball's back in the Senate's court, but we don't have any, indication that they're going to accept the deal that the House passed. So I guess, Is there a certain spend number that, should it go lower, will you accept? Because I know your original ask number was higher than this, and it's going down. So what number will have to hit for you to say no?
I mean, look, the House of Representatives, on a bipartisan basis, passed a very responsible budget yesterday. Understand that it's about $1.5 billion less than what I proposed. So it shows real movement. It protects the entirety of the rainy day fund. It cuts taxes, doesn't raise them, it cuts taxes, and still manages to make critical investments in things like education, public safety, economic development. This shows real compromise. And what did the Senate Republicans do as soon as that budget went over there? They did what they do best. When the going gets tough, they ran home. I introduced my budget damn near 250 days ago. They've bothered to show up for work 30 days since then. By the way, they're collecting a full-time paycheck, but they only showed up for work 30 days in the last 250. They've got a responsibility to compromise, to show up for work. We have an $11 billion surplus. There is no reason for this to be held up any longer. And I think at this point, what the Senate is doing, they've shown their cards. They obviously were trying to play political games, score political points against me and damage me. That clearly did not work. And then yesterday, they announced that even though they're technically in the majority, they don't have the votes to pass a budget. So my advice to them, show the heck up to work. Respect the people of Pennsylvania enough to be at work doing your job. And if you don't have the votes, get the hell out of the way and let the Senate Democrats pass it. Senate Democrats have 23 votes. You need 3 Republican votes in the Senate caucus. And I've got 3 Republican senators who have come to me begging me to run that budget. They want that budget to run, and they're prepared to vote for it. So I think what we really need is we need the Republican leaders in the Senate to show up for work and put that budget on the floor. It'll pass, and I will sign it immediately, and that will provide real relief for our schools, for our rape crisis centers, for our veterans. We got to get that done. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Who are those Republican senators over there?
You have to ask them.
That was Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania answering some questions in Philadelphia. And the reason that he was here, we also shared some previous remarks, is because of an event that is happening right now. This is an aerial view of part of that event. This is the Navy and Marine Corps' 250th celebration right here. We were bringing you some remarks from speakers. At this point in time, though, it does appear that there is a pause in speakers and the parade of vessels, although we do see a number of them there in the Delaware River. So we are continuing to monitor all of the sights and sounds, and of course we will be bringing you much more as they unfold. Also, we are continuing to follow one of the major stories of the day, and that is the ongoing we're taking a look right here. This is the ongoing government shutdown, and I'm trying to pull myself up, but it does look like perhaps I am unable to do so. So what we're going to do is we are going to just step away briefly. However, after the break, I do want to play out some of the Democratic remarks we heard from the House Republican leadership. We're going to be right back. All right, we're back here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to follow a major story of the day, which is the ongoing federal government shutdown. You're taking a live look there on Capitol Hill. Now, earlier, we were hearing from House Republican leaders as they were talking about the shutdown. We also wanted to play out some remarks from Democrats as they held a Save Healthcare rally. I also wanted to let you know that we are still monitoring and waiting for a live look of President Trump's cabinet meeting. We haven't gotten an update on when that might get underway, and we do not have a live look inside the room. But as soon as that happens, we're going to transition to that and bring you that live event in full. In the meantime, though, let's dip into this Save Healthcare rally.
I am Camille Henderson Edwards. I have the pleasure of serving as the Senior Executive Director for Advocacy at the United Methodist Church General Board of Church and Society. I welcome you all here today. As a member of the Protestant Christian tradition, I am reminded of 2 Chronicles chapter 7. If my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, the response is that the Lord, our God, the divine, would heal this land. And so we open this morning in a moment of prayer. Would you pray with me? Gracious and eternal God, we give you thanks and praise, for this is the day that you have made. We are reminded on this morning that you are an ever-present help in the time of trouble. And on this morning, we cry out because we are in trouble. For the many federal workers who are showing up and doing the work without promise of compensation, we fear that we are in trouble. For the many who risk losing access to much needed health care, we fear that we are in trouble. For those who go without resources, basic resources needed to survive, food, shelter, water, we fear that we are in trouble. So our prayer this morning is that you, O God, would be our help in a time of trouble. We invoke now your Holy Spirit, that in the many names that we use to identify that which is beyond ourselves, we call on you this day. Be with us now in this time of petition and rally and prayer. And our prayer is that you would hear our cry, that you would equip us to use our hands and our feet, the capacities to which you have given us and gifted us the ability to do about what needs to be done, to care about what needs to be done, that you would equip us to make change in response to trouble. It is in the spirit that we submit this prayer, and we submit this prayer in the one who came to see about humanity and who continues to advocate on our behalf. In the many names by which we identify the almighty, omnipotent God, we say amen. I'd like to introduce now Laura Peralta Schulte of Network Lobby.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Laura Peralta Schulte, and I proudly serve at Network Lobby for Catholic Social Justice. We were founded by Catholic sisters 53 years ago to educate, organize, and advocate for policies that help all communities thrive. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to this interfaith rally and vigil for healthcare justice now. We gather at an extremely important time to protect the health care of millions of men, women, and children who are at risk of losing coverage to the historic price increases caused by the passage of that big, brutal budget law earlier this year. As people of faith, as people of faith, we know that health care is a right, not a privilege for those who can afford it. The Trump administration and some members of Congress have chosen to shut the government down, rather than to negotiate a bipartisan solution to this healthcare crisis. And my friends, that is wrong. In fact, the Speaker of the House canceled work for his members for a second week in a row, rather than deal in good faith to handle this crisis at hand. And you know what? Our communities deserve better than that. With healthcare enrollment beginning in less than 3 weeks, families are receiving notices now about massive increases in their premiums for next year. 24 million Americans will be directly impacted, and of those, close to 5 million will certainly lose their health care coverage because they live paycheck to paycheck and simply cannot afford it. So, my friends, we know this pain is completely preventable. That is why we are here urging Congress to fix this problem right now, because we are people of faith and we will not stand silently by. We are called by a higher power, my friends, to protect the lives of everybody in this country. And so now, without further ado, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to the man who is leading for the fight for healthcare justice in the House of Representatives. We welcome to the stage House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you for your leadership. Good morning, everybody. Are we here to save health care? Are you ready to hold the line? Are we in this fight until we win this fight on behalf of the American people? What an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you. Certainly so thankful for all of our faith leaders for your support, for the leadership, the partnership, the friendship, for organizing this convening, organizing this vigil, lending your powerful moral voices to this existential struggle that we are waging on behalf of the American people. It's also a blessing to be with all of you, joined by my colleagues in government who you will hear from, including Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, the legendary Nancy Pelosi, a great woman of faith, and of course, my good friend and colleague, the Democratic Whip, Catherine Clark. Now, I grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church in Brooklyn, New York, and my mom would take my younger brother and I to Sunday school each and every week. In fact, we used to think, growing up, every week, every month, every year, that we were mailmen for Christ. Because it didn't matter if it was raining, snowing, sleeting, or hailing. If it was Sunday morning, we were going to church. And that was a foundation that was laid for us from the very beginning. And I grew up in church learning, of course, that what the Bible teaches us is to stand up for the least amongst us, the lost, the left behind, those whose station in life may not have always dealt them the best of hands. And unfortunately, what we're dealing with right now in the United States Congress is a group of people who we sometimes say they go to church and they pray on Sunday. But then they come to Washington, D.C., and they pray, P-R-E-Y, on the American people for the rest of the week. Pray on the poor, pray on the sick, pray on the afflicted. But we believe in an America of the people, by the people, and for the people, which is why we're standing up for the health care of the American people. Today and at all times. Scripture tells us in 2 Corinthians, the 4th chapter. By the way, that's 2 Corinthians, not 2 Corinthians. Mr. President, if you're going to sell the Bible, you should know the Bible. In 2 Corinthians, the 4th chapter, 8th verse, the scripture tells us, the Apostle Paul writes, we are troubled on every side, but not distressed, perplexed, but never in despair. Certainly, I think it's fair to say that we've got trouble all around us. A hater in the White House, haters in the Congress, haters throughout the cabinet, trouble all around us. but we're not distressed, because we believe in the resilience and the goodness of the American people. And that's why we're so thankful for all of you in this fight, standing with us, Democrats in the House and the Senate, a separate and co-equal branch of government. We understand we don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for Elon Musk. We don't work for their billionaire donors. We work for all of you, the American people. And we're determined to stand up to protect their health care, to stand up for Medicaid, stand up for our hospitals, stand up for our nursing homes, stand up for our community-based health clinics, stand up for the Affordable Care Act, stand up for the principle that in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, health care can't simply be a privilege for the wealthy and the well-off. Health care is a right that should be available to every single American. And that's what this fight is all about. And so as I close, let me simply lean into the words of a great man of God, a great civil rights leader, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who led a great movement, interfaith religious movement, brought the American people together across the divides that may artificially be put upon us. And in those early days of the civil rights movement, when people saw trouble on every side, concerned that it wouldn't be possible to break the authoritarianism that was the Jim Crow South at the time, Dr. King gathered some folks in March of 1956, just a few months after Rosa Parks sat down so that everybody else could stand up. He gathered folks in the basement of the Concord Baptist Church in Brooklyn, New York. And folks were concerned and anxious as to whether they could win the fight that they were involved in at the time. And he said, no matter what the odds are, we have to press on and keep pressing. And what Dr. King said is that if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But at all times, press on and keep pressing. And so I just dropped by today to say, as Dr. King once echoed prophetically, that we've just got to press on in this fight. Press on for our children. Press on for our seniors. Press on for our veterans. Press on for our unions. Press on for people of faith. Press on for the health care of the American people. Press on for nutritional assistance. Press on for the proposition that everybody should have a fair shot in this country to live the American dream. Press on for working class folks. Press on for the middle class. Press on for the poor. Press on for the sick. Press on for the afflicted. Press on for the least. Press on for the lost. Press on for the left behind. Press on for social justice. Press on for racial justice. Press on for healthcare justice. Press on for economic justice. Press on for freedom. Press on for liberty. Press on for democracy. Press on in this healthcare fight until victory is won. Press on.
All right. Thank you. Let's give a big hand. Woo! Friends, my next pleasure is I see we have Deputy Democratic Whip Catherine Clark from the great state of Massachusetts, who's going to welcome us this morning too. Come to the stage.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, good morning. Thank you, Hakeem Jeffries. We are inspired. I am so glad to be here with all of you, to be here with my colleagues from the House, and we represent all of the Democrats in the House who wish they could be here too. And I wish my colleagues who are not in town, that my Republican colleagues could also get a little bit of this energy here, and they could learn a lot from all of you. But I want to thank you for standing up, for speaking out, for refusing to be silent. These are frustrating, anxiety-ridden, overwhelming times. But you know what gives me hope? Our faith and all of you being here. You might be exhausted, but you are not broken down. You are not going to stand by while kids' health care is defunded. Cancer patients are abandoned. Hospitals are shuttered. Pregnant women are denied care. All to hand more wealth, more giveaways, more tax breaks to the billionaire class. The first epistle of John tells us, "Dear children, let us not love with words and speech, but with actions and in truth." And your presence here today is an act of love. Your resilience is an act of love. This movement is an act of love, and it is deeply rooted in what we know to be true. And now we will take action that is rooted in that love to defend the sick and the vulnerable, to defend the health and dignity of our neighbors, to build a country worthy of our children. That is a righteous cause if there ever was one. And I am so proud to be in this movement alongside you, because together justice will prevail. Thank you. Thank you for all you are doing. Thank you for having me here today.
All right. Friends, I just want to welcome one other longtime friend of particularly Network Lobby. When I think of healthcare in this country, and I think of the advances we have made, I really think firstly, about the woman I get the privilege of introducing. She is from my hometown, San Francisco, California. I'd like to welcome up to the stage Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Laura, for your kind introduction. Thank you all for being here. It's an honor to be with Network. And, of course, Sister Simone Campbell is someone who has given us so much guidance. She not only has based her activity on prayer, but on the pavement and rolling those nuns on the bus. But here's, just quickly, because we have to hear from so many of our colleagues who are here, including the chair, once and future chair of the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro, Congressman Ivey, Congressman Steve Horstman. Who else is there from our House? Well, you'll be hearing from them. But here's what I want to pick up on what Hakeem so beautifully said, and Catherine. I have on my arm these three basics. One is faith, one is hope, and one is love. Catherine said, I have hope because I have faith. Faith, thank you all. Faith is the source of all good things. If we believe in the goodness of others, if we believe in the goodness of our country, faith believes in the goodness, love, charity of others. People say to me, where is hope? I say, hope is where it always has been, right between faith and charity. Faith, hope, and charity. I was telling Rosa that I had an event with a Asian Pacific Islander community in San Francisco on Friday night, and young students got up to speak, and they said, hope is our resistance. Hope is our resistance, the brilliance of these young teenagers. That we have hope because we believe, we have faith in the goodness of others. Now, not everybody shares our goodness, that we are here for those who do not have power rather than for those who have power. So we must, how could they possibly expect those of us of faith, hope, and charity to support legislation that gives $4 trillion in tax cuts to the richest people in our country and corporate America at the expense of taking food out of the mouths of babies, taking health care from poor children, or a long-term health care from seniors, or just the whole thing. Know your role, know your power in this. Because the only way we passed the Affordable Care Bill or saved it was from people telling their stories. 10,000 people, when, what's his name, said it was, Obamacare was sucks. I mean, forgive me, same. Here we are. I'm sorry, but I'm just quoting the most powerful person in the world. It doesn't, I won't repeat the word, I was just quoting him. It doesn't, it cures. And people told their stories. My wife had breast cancer, and Affordable Care came to the rescue. My father had a stroke. My child was born with heart condition. You know the stories. And those stories are what saved the Affordable Care Act, passed it and saved it. And now we have to tell these stories again so that the American people identify their own experience with what is happening. So what you are doing here, building on faith. I think we are a faith-filled nation. I don't know if everyone shares our beliefs, but we do. I'll end where our leader ended with Martin Luther King. In addition to the beautiful words he made at Concord Church in Brooklyn, he said, and this has been our inspiration, of all the forms of inequality and injustice, the injustice in healthcare is the most inhuman because people can die. Reverend Martin Luther King, let us work to have healthcare, as has been said already here by Laura and others, healthcare as a right, not a privilege. We will win this fight because we have faith in the goodness of others. That gives us hope. You give us hope. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I am Reverend Dr. Leslie Copeland. I work for the National Council of Churches. In my tradition, we would say, this is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Now, this is a rally and a prayer vigil, and I should say I'm Baptist. I'm going to keep it short, though, but I'm Baptist. And so we believe in call, and Black church, we believe in call and response. So I'm going to lift up a scripture. I'm going to say some things, and we're going to pray, because the thing that we need to understand, I believe that prayer is what gets us through. We have to be resilient, we have to be persistent, and it is prayer that's going to help us to stay fortified for the fight that we are in. But I believe that we will win. Together, we will win. That victory is assured, but we have got to do the work. Amen? So Psalm 10, I committed to you to read when you get home. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read part of it starting at verse 12. It says this: Rise up, O Lord. O God, lift up your hand. Do not forget the oppressed. Why do the wicked renounce God and say in their hearts, you will not call us to account? But you do see, indeed, you note trouble and grief, that you may take it into your hands. The helpless commit themselves to you. You have been the helper of the orphan. And then it goes on to say, O Lord, you will hear the desire of the meek. You will strengthen their heart. You will incline your ear to do justice for the orphan and the oppressed, so that those from earth may strike terror no more. And I declare to you today, not having health care for 24 million people so that rich people can be richer is terror on the earth. I declare to you today that cutting food stamps and SNAP and other food programs is terror on the earth. I declare to you that rolling back climate, progress that we have made with the climate is terror on the earth. But I also declare to you today that God hears our cries and is hearkening God's ear to us. May we pray together. Gracious and merciful God, we give you thanks and praise for who you are and for what you've already done. We know that you have not left us, nor have you forsaken us. We are in the midst of chaos and confusion. It feels like everywhere, everything all at once. We are overwhelmed by the news and shaken to our core by what we see going on around us. That is, if we can bear to pay attention. There is anxiety and fear, grief and trauma, and honestly, in many moments, we don't know what to do. So God, this morning I pray that you would come in like a flood, that you would give us wisdom and insight and creativity to meet this moment. I pray, oh God, that we would be, as you told us to be, wise as serpents, but gentle as doves. I pray, oh God, that you would go before us, that you would cover us and keep us and protect us, especially these members of Congress, oh God, who have faced death threats and who are in a serious and precarious situation. We ask God for covering, for keeping, and for protecting. Now, God, we know that your record is good with us. We know that your word never does come back to you void. We know that as your people, our victory is assured. No matter what it looks like, no matter how crazy it is, no matter how it feels, we know that our victory is assured. And we know, God, that in all things you have the final say in everything concerning us. So our prayer this morning, oh God, is that you would do what only you can. We pray, oh God, that you would turn stony hearts to flesh and turn those who would do wrong to help make them do right. God, we pray that you would help us to meet this moment, to do our assignment, and to be courageous while we do it. We pray for you to open up our hearts and our minds and our spirits to search for new solutions to old problems. We pray, oh God, for resilience and persistence, that we would not cower down, that we would stand up and stand firm and be strong in your name. God, we ask, even in the midst of all of this, that you would shower on us your love, that we would have peace that passes all understanding and joy in the midst of all that we see around us. God, your record is good with us, and we stand here believing, trusting and believing that with us working together, we can make a difference and change what the trajectory that we see right now. So we thank you in advance for victory. We thank you in advance for hearing our prayers. We thank you in advance for what our eyes have not seen, but what will yet come to pass. And we give you honor and praise, and the name that we understand is above every name, and the names that we call you in our prayer time. And for all of those gathered, we say amen, amen, and amen.
We are listening in here to a rally being held by Democratic lawmakers and faith leaders as they hold a Save Healthcare rally right here that took place in Washington, D.C. a little bit earlier on. Meanwhile, a live look at the White House as we are expecting President Trump to hold a cabinet meeting amid the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Now, the cabinet meeting was slated to get underway at 11 a.m. Eastern time. It is now delayed almost 1 hour, but this comes as Israel and Hamas has agreed to pause fighting in Gaza so that the remaining hostages can be freed in the coming days in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. We're going to keep a live look on this. And of course, we're going to bring you the cabinet meeting as soon as it gets underway. In the meantime, though, we are going to be stepping away for a break. I'm Stephanie Quinn, Mike Page, continuing our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. All eyes right now on the White House. We are expecting, coming up soon, the White House cabinet meeting that President Trump will be hosting with his cabinet. And then, of course, questions to follow after that, where President Trump usually takes many questions from the media. So we will again be featuring that for you as soon as it gets going right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us. I'll be with you for the next several hours on Live Now, continuing to bring you some of the day's biggest top stories and headlines. We will be listening in for more updates regarding the massive Israel and Gaza phase 1 deal that is in the works right now. And we are expecting to hear more about the hostages to be released on Monday. So expecting that to happen in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. Updates from President Trump. In the meantime, earlier today, Israel giving an update on phase 1 here of the deal that is put in place between Hamas and Israel. Let's listen in.
President Trump, we have reached this incredible turning point. In a phone call earlier this morning, Prime Minister Netanyahu thanked President Trump for his global leadership efforts to make this all possible. It was a very emotional and a warm conversation as both leaders congratulated each other on this historic achievement. Now, both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump agreed to continue their cooperation here. Now, here's what I can tell you right now about the significant details going forward about this approved first phase. Tonight at 5 p.m. Israel time, there will be a cabinet meeting. And at 6 p.m. Israel time, there will be a government meeting taking place. Now, within 24 hours after the cabinet meeting takes place, a ceasefire will then begin in Gaza. The IDF will then redeploy to the yellow line as shown on maps, which have been widely distributed at this point in time. And now after this 24-hour period, the 72-hour time window